How you doing tonight? Let's wait for both platforms to do their thing. There we go. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to another episode of the Gnome Show. After dark. I'd like to make that distinction because hopefully any of the youngins are gone to bed or watching something more age appropriate. But if you're watching on Twitch, then you have all the warnings you need. And if you're watching on YouTube, hi guys, how you doing? We're doing some wandering around the wasteland today. Specifically, we're gonna go do some desert exploration. We're in New Vegas today. This is one of the most near and dear games to my heart. I've played this many times. Shout out to TK Mantis. And I told you I'd get back more. I'd play on the stream. Here I am. I remember when this game came out. I had just come off of Fallout 3 for both Xbox 360 and PC when I got something strong enough to run it. Although I remember having great difficulty getting the thing to run at all. Many tricks, just things to get it stable. So there is some PTSD from that. But thankfully now, like, I have it through GOG. Now, as far as I know, it's stable. Oh, excuse me. Oh, it's already been a long day. But everybody grab something to drink, something to eat, something to smoke on, and let's boogie.
Now, see the sarsaparilla bottles on the fence there? Take this and try to hit a couple of them. That's the right idea. Look down the sight. Try crouching down and staying still. It'll help your aim. Nice shot. Well, that's a start. But I don't reckon you came to me to learn to fight sarsaparilla bottles. Tell you what, I gotta go chase geckos away from our water supply anyway. Darn critters are attracted to it. Why don't you come along? Follow me. It's just down to the southeast a short ways. Hear that up on the ridge behind me there? We got some geckos to clear out. Bunch of little monsters is what they are. Seems like Doc Mitchell treats more gecko bites than anything else. Let's see if we can get a little closer. If we move quietly, we can get the jump on them. More likely to hit something vital that way. Okay, you're on. Go give him hell. See? You're getting the hang of it. There's 2 more wells that still need clearing. You want, you can come along. It'd be worth a few caps to me. Shouldn't take more than a couple minutes, especially with 2 of us. Come with me. Come on!
Sorry, I gotta be quick when I gotta make sure you don't die.
Ah, hell's bells. There's not a day passes by I don't tell people not to come here by themselves. Some people, your word just isn't good enough for them. Then this happens. Well, it's a part of life out here. Best to accept it. But you did what you promised, staying out here with me. Here's my end of the deal. One more thing I wanted to show you. Thought I might teach you about living off the land and making useful things for yourself. Interested? Alright then. We'll need a couple ingredients to get started. Gonna want some xander root and a brock flower. Let me think now. I know I've seen brock flowers growing up at the graveyard, and I seem to remember there being xander root over by the schoolhouse. Bring those on back to me, and we'll get cooking.
Wasn't there supposed to be platform? Damn it. Terrible. Come on, dude. I think that was supposed to be for me.
Hey there.
Hi. How you doing? Alright. So frustrating.
Let me see what you got. Yeah, these'll do just fine. Just fine. All right, now. We're gonna be making something folks on the trail call healing powder. Go on over to that campfire now. Give it a try. Hey, that's not bad, see? All it takes to make a recipe is the right ingredients and the right know-how. Sometimes it won't be a campfire you need. Might need to do some work on your guns and ammo, maybe. Important thing to get is it's all the same idea. You just need to find the right place to set up shop. Workbench or reloading bench, whatever. Well, I hope that's enough to get you started. I'm heading back now. Hope I didn't miss anything good on the jukebox. Cheyenne would never forgive me. Hey, do me a favor. Trudy, she's the bartender up at the Prospector. Kind of the town mom. She likes to meet newcomers.
Yeah, I was
She'd
trying
be
to. I've been
cross
trying
with
to
me
meet
if I
her
didn't
since
ask you to
started
poke
the
your
game.
head in and say hi.
Will do.
You must be the one Doc Mitchell was patching up. The way I heard it, I didn't think you'd be walking out of that office. I've got plenty of supplies for sale. Even got some weapon mods and special ammo. Well worth the caps if you ask me. If you're hurting for caps, I've also got boxes of surplus ammo in the miscellaneous section. They're not great, but you get what you pay for. Can do.
So he definitely does have some he does definitely have five, six.
Thanks. Weapon mods are things like special. There's also hollow. The leader was a New Vegas type. Typical city boy. He had a bunch of Great Khans with him, probably hired guns. The Great Khans normally stay in their own territory way up northwest, on account of them being enemies with the NCR. They're tough sons of bitches. Mean, but not crazy. They'll leave you alone unless you got something they want. The Great Khans deal in illegal chems. There's a good chance that most chems you come across were made by Great Khans. Twice. Both times I drank a lot of liquor and lost most of my caps at the card tables. In that order, now that I think about it. If you ever get to New Vegas, be sure to visit Gomorrah. It's the best casino in the city. You won't regret it. Word of advice, behave. Between the NCR military police and Mr. House's robots, you don't want to be causing trouble on the Strip. I'm afraid I don't know much myself. Mr. House has got his own casino, Lucky 38, but nobody goes in or out except his robots. The other casinos follow Mr. House's rules, so I guess that makes him the leader of New Vegas. As far as I know, nobody's ever laid eyes on the guy. I think that robot who pulled you out of the dirt belongs to Mr. House. If Mr. House is looking after you, it's got to be a good thing, right? It's all about quantity over quality. Trouble is, you'll be cleaning and fixing your gun a lot more than usual when you use those kind of bullets. Take it easy now. Hey there.
To the cemetery. It's always creepy to hear the whispers. it is definitely in hard mode.
Howdy.
Oh,
I'm done being nice. If you don't hand Ringo over soon, I'm going to get my friends and we're burning this town to the ground. Got it?
We'll keep that in mind. Now, if you're not gonna buy something, get out. Well, you've been causing quite a stir. Glad I finally got to meet you. Welcome to the Prospector Saloon. Looks like our little town got itself dragged into the middle of something we don't want anything to do with. About a week ago, this traitor, Ringo, comes into town. Survivor of an attack, he says. Bad men after him. Needs a place to hide. We figured he was just in shock, so we gave him a place to lie low. We didn't actually expect anyone to come after him. He's holed up at the abandoned gas station up the hill. You mean murder him? That's not our way, even if Cobb is scum. He can bluster and threaten all he wants. Some of the others, like Sonny, will probably stand up for Ringo if he asks for help, which he hasn't. Personally, I hope he sneaks out of town one night and takes the powder gangers with him. Chain gangs, really. The NCR brought them in from California to work on the rail lines. Problem is, it turns out that giving convicts a bunch of dynamite and blasting powder isn't the best idea. It was a big escape not too long ago. Some of them stuck together so they could make trouble. That's what we're dealing with now. If you were able to get Ringo out of this mess, you'd have a decent reputation around Good Springs. I'd even set you up with a discount. Of course, helping Ringo would also make the powder gangers mad, and they've got a lot of friends out there. He's a convict, just without the chains. Said his name was Cobb. Powder gangers is what they call themselves. Plenty more like him out there. Not much, other than they're a bunch of freeloaders who expected a few rounds on the house. I was able to get them to pay up, though. Of course, one of the great cons did knock my radio to the floor, by accident, and it hasn't been working since. They were having some kind of argument about it, but the guy in the checkered coat kept shushing them. Sounded like they came in from the north through Quarry Junction. If that's the case, I can't say I blame them for not wanting to go back. That whole area is overrun with the kind of critters that just get mad if you shoot them. Merchants avoid that whole stretch of I-15 like it's radioactive, which it could be for all I know. I didn't hear exactly, but the leader was talking about the strip. Fellow wants to get there and avoid the 15, he'd have to go east. Take Highway 93 up. Sure, the outside looks okay, but I think something broke on the inside. There'd be caps in it for you. I do like to hear what's going on in the world, and that Mr. New Vegas seems like such a gentleman. I know that thing as much as anyone else around here. It mostly keeps to itself, which is just fine by me. Other than rolling around once in a while, it doesn't do anything useful as far as I can tell. I don't know why it took an interest in you, but I'd be careful. It's never helped anyone before. It acts friendly enough, but I don't trust that whole cheerful cowboy act. I find it all very creepy.
So how long has he been in Good Springs?
It was here when I took over the saloon 7 years ago. Some people have said its owner lived here, but no one knows who it was. Fine by me. Mostly traders looking to buy bighorn or meat and hides. The traders are the main reason the general store manages to stay in business. Most travelers heading south on the I-15 just push on towards Prim, unless they're in desperate need of supplies. There's always something interesting going on, but the biggest news has to be the coming dust-up between the NCR and the Legion over the dam. The new California Republic's got the most power in Nevada. Money, troops, you name it. They do what they can to keep things safe in the region. But if you ask me, they're trying to do too much. They're spread too thin. I'm pretty sure the NCR wants to hold on to the dam because it's one of the few places around that can make electricity. The Legion are a bunch of savages, though. No idea why they'd want the dam. Probably plan on destroying it or something. Slavers, killers, and all other kinds of trouble. They dress up like Roman soldiers, so there's no mistaking it when you see them. The rumor is that the Legion is far larger than the NCR lets on, and that it's been due to luck that the Legion hasn't overrun the territory. Be careful out there. Feeling thirsty? I can take care of that. Yeah, I heard it turn right back on after you got done tinkering with it. Here's some caps for the work. You're welcome. So can I get you anything? I'm sure I've got something you like. Thanks. Don't know why you'd want to do a thing like that. Yep, you... Be careful.
Alright. Before we talk to this guy. Does really look good. With the high-end video card. It really does look good. Because you can have the line of sight so far out. You can see just about everything. I'm gonna go to like the top of like a mountain or something and see how far you can see. Up there. Or maybe up. Dust devils look really nice. I miss the verticality of some modern games, but it's okay. Yeah, that line of sight is crazy. There's Vegas right there.
dab real quick. All right, what's up, bro? Nice to see you, sir. Yes, I managed to get New Vegas into a working state. Like, I really don't like this windowed play style, but all right, like the windowed, like it's kind of weird, but it works. Everything works. And I'm getting ready to do a dab real quick before we jump back into the game. We're about to interrogate Ringo about his dealings with powder gangers. We know he's a coward, but, you know, like, we're going to help out Good Springs, and, you know, yeah, it's going to be glorious. I hope you're doing well today. I'm excited for tomorrow because you have a film dropping tomorrow. Yeah. I did not forget, sir. And incidentally, dude, go get New Vegas, or go play it, brother. Like, it's, in my opinion, it is one of the most complete Fallouts out there. Get the if you don't already, get the Ultimate Edition. It's totally worth it. The DLC is fantastic. Old World Blues is my favorite, the one with Big Mountain and all that stuff.
especially if you like sci-fi. Chef's kiss on that. How you been anyway? Everything okay? I see you. Your numbers are going up. Well, I've been busy with my day job, and those numbers are going up. Now I need to, like, that's why I'm streaming, because I'm trying to be more visible. People seem to like the YouTube streams. So, ooh, and he's going into camera mode. Cool. Oh wow, you see all the artifacts there. I need to definitely get this man some glasses. He's kind of blind right now. So, if you got him, get ready to smoke them. I'm doing dabs tonight. Well, I'm always doing dabs, but tonight I have apple fritter available at the shop. If you would like to know prices, please see in store. So, for those that don't know, my day job, I'm a professional smoker. I work at a smoke shop in Woodbridge, Virginia. Yes. It's super cheap too, brother. Like, yeah. So I'll probably, you said tomorrow at midnight. Okay. So, how long is it? Because I'll do. Are you gonna do a stream where you release and premiere that yourself? Because if you are, then like I can just join your stream, or like how are you planning to drop it, or are you just going to upload it and that be that? Oh, and sorry about that. Like, I don't have it in omnidirectional mode. I mean, I can also stream it tomorrow. Like if you don't have any issues with that, like I would like to premiere it anyway on my channel. But I was saying, remember, I did the creator spotlight on you. I'm gonna do more of those because there's a lot of people out there with low numbers and really good films that have some good stuff, and I like the more spotlights or the more attention that I can draw, the better. Hour and 37. Was it an original, like, did you originally release it on YouTube, or like that was just like a project you did 5 years ago?
Because if it's been that long and you didn't release it on YouTube, then I guess this counts as a premiere, sir. Let's get ready to go talk to Mr. Ringo. Oh man. Oh man, I used to have a buddy named Matt. He's smoking with the Lord now. Hey, that's pretty cool. Well, I'd say make it a second premiere. Fuck it, man. If people aren't familiar with it on here, then give it a second lease on life. Because, as you know, there's a large contingent of us that do like I hesitate to call like the genre that, you know, we're in. Like, they're not B films, short films, sometimes B films, sometimes they're made to be B films, sometimes that's the intention. I grew up on cable television, so like I'm very fond of what's the working talent in Hollywood. You know, the actors that really make a career out of the regular stuff. I mean, you know, like television shows and you know, like movies that don't hit Hollywood, but man, you see that face everywhere. You know what I'm saying? So, I would say, you know, give it a premiere, bro, because you never know. Like, there are those of us that can, like, really suspend the disbelief and, like, I like it. That's why I found your films anyway, because like there we go, indie films. That's a good way to put it. Indie films, I guess short film community. I don't know, man. I'm still trying to figure it out. I'm a variety guy, so I like everything. Dilettante is what I am.
That's close enough. Who are you, and what do you want with me? Sorry about the gun. You just caught me off guard, that's all. We got off to a bad start. What say we start over with a friendly game of Caravan? You know how to play? Yeah. He doesn't look very tough, though. I hear he's afraid I'll shoot him down from one of the windows when I see him. And he's right. I'll have a much bigger problem once his friends show up. There's no way I could handle all of them in a gunfight. I'm gonna lay low for as long as I can, assuming the town doesn't throw me to the wolves. I've got no chance against the gang on my own. We'd just end up sharing the same grave if it's just the two of us. Now, if some of the other people in town were also on board... Start with Sunny Smiles. She's been friendlier than most around here.
Hope you come back in, brother. Like, it's cool seeing you in my stream. Very much like to talk about like how you got into stuff. Guess I'm not getting that. Alright, so let's go talk to Sunny. That's not Sunny. Sunny's definitely in the saloon.
Howdy. Hi there. Sticking around Good Springs for a while longer? Say no more. I'm in. Joe Cobb talks about leaving us alone if we hand over Ringo, but I know his type. He and his friends will come after the town eventually.
Yeah.
However, between you, me, and Ringo, we aren't exactly a force to be reckoned with. A lot of people around here look up to Trudy. If you could convince Trudy to join us, some of the folks in town might decide to help out as well. I know Easy Pete's got a stock of dynamite somewhere, and Chet just got a shipment of leather armor we could borrow. Talk to them as well. Finally, there's a good chance we'll all end up with extra holes in us. So if Doc Mitchell could cough up some extra stim packs, that'd be great. A silver tongue would help. Convincing Trudy that we had a good I don't think give is in Chet's vocabulary.
Right.
Hi, baby.
Easy Pete's pretty protective of his dynamite. You'd have to convince...
Yeah. That's actually the,
Sure can. Take the road southeast out of town till it hits the freeway. Prim is the town with the roller coaster, straight south. Can't miss it. NCR patrols do a good job of keeping the highway clear, but I'd keep your gun where you can reach it easily. You never know who you'll run into. Off the road, you'll probably start running into hostile wildlife. My advice would be to stick to the highway when you can. Sure, what do you want to know? Southeast of here is Prim. Can't miss it. Since it has the giant old roller coaster right in the middle of town. The NCR's got an outpost there.
Yeah, we'll have to
If
go
you follow
and
the
walk,
road north, you'll eventually hit Sloan and Quarry Junction. They mine
walk the
rocks or
roller
something,
coaster.
but I heard they got troubles lately. I wouldn't head that direction if I were you, though. Got critters up there that don't take kindly to getting shot. Around here, mostly coyotes and geckos. The coyotes are pretty dangerous in large packs, but otherwise they're nothing to really worry about. The geckos aren't too tough, but they've got a nasty bite. I've heard about bigger, nastier versions out in the wasteland, but I've never seen them.
I have.
Stick to the roads when you can, and steer clear of the hills north of Good Springs. The critters up there are big and poisonous. If you want... Not in Good Springs, no. But if you're up for a little scavenging, there's always the schoolhouse. Most of what's in there is junk, but there's this old safe that even Easy Pete wasn't able to crack with dynamite. If you want to take a shot at it, take these. Oh. Well, go... I'll be waiting.
I'm not gonna lie to her. Alright, True.
Howdy.
Where's she at? I've got Trudy. Where you at, Miss Trudy? It's probably late and she's gone to bed. Yeah, Pete's gone to bed. Everybody's going to bed. Okay. Bye, Cheyenne. Have a good night. God damn it. Fire, there we go. There's Pete. There's Sonny. Alright, going back to the saloon. Hi, Cheyenne. Alright. He's like, get the fuck out of my seat, tumbleweed.
Howdy. Too dangerous.
Gonna kill all yourselves if I let you touch it. Better to leave it buried. Safer that way. Yep.
Talk to. Ooh. Oh, cool. You're back. Oh, okay, cool. I thought you'd dipped out, brother. Deliver Us from Guy was really, really good, brother. I'm, because, you know, it starts off really slow and it's kind of cool when he's like, you know, messing around, like, you know, like with you know, like being lazy and whatnot. But we're like yeah, it was really good. I've got some good stuff coming out now, or they're coming out in the next couple of days. So stay tuned from that, for that. And, I've peeped some stuff on your channel. I'm gonna let some stuff build up before, like, you know, again, man, my queue is like this long. It's retarded. Excuse me. I'm not supposed to use that word. It's ridiculously long. But like, I have seen some of the stuff on your channel. I'll get back around to that. Thank you for keeping up with my stuff. There's been a couple other creators that I've heard from lately, and it's why I like this community, man. It's called the indie film community. That's what it's called. Yes. Y'all are a good group of people. You're not afraid to reach out and say something. Again, I grew up on television where you had like Joe Bob's Drive-In Theater, where he was combing, you know, the video store racks, you know, for the really good bits of television and movies. You know, a lot of these films didn't get much playtime anywhere outside of like local movie houses or theaters, or people's basements, or like private screenings and shit like that. Much less getting a movie screen like in an actual big theater. Monster Vision, yes sir. He really is, man. Like an absolute idol. He's apparently done a lot of stuff, like even beyond his days on TNT, bro. Like those were the really good days, man. I kind of miss late night cable television, because that's the kind of thing that bred Adult Swim and gave a lot of us our very, very weird fucking sense of humor. But yeah, like I can't do the that. Well, I can do voices. I can do some voices. And actually, when you guys do, when you guys have text up on there, and you know, like, some people don't feel like reading, or like the text isn't all that visible, I do like reading it, especially with this shiny new microphone. I love this. This thing is one of the best investments I've recently made. Please, Lord, let my CPU come tomorrow. Please, please, please. Oh, Lord, please let it come tomorrow. I really, really need my upgrades. I've got, look at this, look at this beast of a cooler that I've got. Where's it? Yes, because I've got a micro tower, I can only do the 2-fan one, but this is what I need to power the processor I'm getting, hopefully tomorrow in the mail. I've never been more anxious about it not snowing anymore in the near future, because damn it, we need our packages. Deliver for me, Amazon! and not just Joe Bob Briggs, but Elvira and like all those presenters and VJs before there were VJs, that, you know, made our childhood wonderful. I really wish they would do a new Tales from the Crypt, but an old style Tales from the Crypt. You know what I'm saying? Like, really do it up faithfully, or like, you know, I mean, there's a lot of issues to mine from still, and a lot more creative things that they could mine from today too. We've grown up. We're adults. We would very much like to see some blood, gore, and drama. And some titties. I mean, come on. We're adults. So, well, let's even the violence and the you know, like, let's. I mean, I don't know. I've been overseas. Eli Roth was originally supposed to do a reboot of Tales from the Crypt, but unfortunately never happened. I could see it, but he would okay. So if they did it in, like, you remember the Chainsaw Massacre where that had all right, Matthew McConaughey, the one that had Matthew McConaughey in it, like if it had its tongue in its cheek, like that, or like the original series, like it where it really was like not for the sake of having its tongue in the cheek, but just absolutely having a lovely sense of humor about like everything, then I would be behind it. You know, Jordan Peele wouldn't be a bad idea to do something like that. He's been coming along quite well. Because he's been important, in charge of some important projects, and he's actually done okay. I also remember The Outer Limits. Remember when that was on Showtime? That was an awesome show. I would like to see a new run of that. I would like to see somebody take a crack at Monsters. You remember that show? Some of it's available on YouTube. I would highly recommend you go check it out. Also, there's some good episodes of Tales from the Crypt up there. There's one that had one of my favorites from Tales from the Crypt has got Robert Downey in it as a news or a schlock news presenter. You know, like not Donahue or Maury Povich or something like that. And he goes to do a show at this supposedly super haunted house. Yeah, Monsters was classic. It was, and the best part, like, arguably, was the opening, like, credits. Like, you know, like, especially as a young person, like, it was some of the best parts of it. Tales from the Dark Side had a great opening. You know what it is? I think I need I think for the show I need an opening that's sort of in that vein. Oh God, I didn't need an editor. Fuck. I'm getting close. No worries. Like it was a haunted house, and he goes in and like with his cameraman. And like it just goes so far south for that dude so quickly and so fantastically. The makeup and the lighting and like the editing, like it was just so really well done. I highly recommend you going. It's up there. It's on YouTube again. I've seen it several times. It's got Robert Downey in it. Should be able to find it. What else? Tales from the Dark Side. There are a couple of ones from my childhood. I don't know. I have to think about it. Let's talk to Trudy.
So you're planning on taking on Joe Cobb's gang. It's a big risk, but I suppose you have to do what you think is right. I was planning on sitting this one out, but for some reason, I can't help but like you. I'm with you. Let me have a word with a few other folks, and I'll see if I can't round up some more members for this militia you're creating. While everyone does own a gun, we could stand to be a little better equipped. The general store probably has what we need in stock.
Okay.
Be careful.
Ooh. Level 2. Alright, alright. So... Go ahead and boost all of the strong ones first. Ooh. Takes credit bonuses granted by skilled magazines last 3 times as long. Yeah, additional 10% to total experience points whenever experience points are earned. I don't want to level too fast. Actually, this is hard mode. Thank you, brother. You have a great night. Thank you for coming by. I really do appreciate it, sir. Be safe, be happy, be healthy, and I will see you next time. Yeah, man, brother. I'll see you. And in fact, I'll see you tomorrow night for the premiere. Yeah, brother. I'll try to be here at midnight. When you upload, I'll stream it and we'll watch it before I go to bed. How about that? Yeah, it's bad. 12, 1:30, 2, yeah, tomorrow night. Yeah. So be safe, man. Ladies and gentlemen, that was AFNB Pictures. We've covered his films before. Tomorrow night, he has a release of one of his films from years ago, and we'll see if we can breathe some new life in it over here. It's let's see, what was it? Let's see. It is. It's called Wolf in Sheep's Clothing. He's gonna drop it tomorrow night at midnight, and I'm gonna be here for that. This is it, brother. Ladies and gentlemen, indie films. Some of the best stuff around are not in Hollywood, or very much just trying to make Hollywood pay attention, or just doing their own thing. And Hollywood be damned. And that's some of the best stuff out there. But I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick, and I'm going to smoke a cigarette, so I will be back in 5 to 7 minutes.
hear me? Doc. I'll go, me. What you doing, shithead? What are you doing? Huh?
Uh-oh. Did Fallout crash? We'll see. Oh no, we're good. That's cool. Yeah, of course.
Hello.
Howdy. Told.
Alright, cool.
Yep. Bad. Well. Yep.
Motorcycles do look really cool. Yeah, in this street.
Hey there. You looking to buy some supplies? Now just hold on. I never voted to take on the powder gangers. That's a 1,000 cap investment you're talking about. Right. If Ringo doesn't head out on his own, I think we should hand him over. Town shouldn't get itself mixed into the problem. Don't mistake that for coward talk, though. We're a town of survivors. We'll fight tooth and nail if pushed, but we don't go looking for trouble.
I was slow.
Take it easy.
Alright, so...
You looking to buy some supplies? You made your point. I can provide people with some leather armor and extra ammo. Sure hope it's worth it. And I'll be guarding the store while all this is going on. I have to put my business first. You understand.
Alright, got him.
Take it easy.
I think that's everything. Additional medical supplies and Doc Mitchell.
Welcome back. I had hoped you wouldn't need to come see me again so soon. What can I do for you?
Come on, Doc.
Seems like wherever I go, it's always the same. Folks just never leave each other alone. Oh, I'm not much good in a fight with my bum leg. And my supplies are scarce, but I'll give you what I can spare.
Alright.
I didn't see him or the men with him. You might ask around town, though. Could be someone saw which way they was headed. Your best bet would probably be Trudy, the bartender at the saloon up the road. If anyone saw anything, she'd know about it. You take...
Howdy, partner. Might I say you're looking fit as a fiddle? Trouble with rustlers, huh? Count me in, partner. Those varmints will be running home with their tails between their legs soon enough. Don't mention it. I'm always ready to lend a helping hand to a stranger in need. I was out for a stroll that night when I heard the commotion up the old bone orchard. Saw what looked like a bunch of bad eggs, so I laid low. Once they'd run off, I dug you up to see if you were still kicking. Turns out you were, so I hauled you off to the dock right quick. Can't say that I'm familiar with the rascals. Some of the fine folks in town might be able to help you out with that. I moseyed into town, 10, 15 years ago. Before that, I can't quite seem to recall. Odd. Anyway, it's a right peaceful town, and I reckon it's as fine a place to settle as any. I'm a Securitron. Robco Security Model 2060B. If you ever see any of my brothers, tell them Victor says howdy.
Uh-oh. Knowing what I know, that's kind of creepy.
Happy trails!
So what's going on? Did Sonny agree to help us? Well, I guess that means we're ready to go. Unless you think there's something else you can do. All right, I'm ready. I hope.
All right, let's have ourselves a gunfight.
Time to look alive. The powder gangers are here to play. At least 6. Joe Cobb included. They look pretty mean. I'll be set up near the store. Let's hope that the gang doesn't manage to make it that far.
Oh no! Easy Pete. Did you... I saw somebody with dynamite.
Howdy.
I owe you a huge favor for this. Here, these are technically Crimson Caravan funds, but I know they'll understand once I explain things. I'll stick around for a bit longer, but I'll be gone in a few days. If you ever visit New Vegas, look me up at the Crimson Caravan camp.
Will do, brother. I'll remember this. About to die.
Evening.
Evening, Pete. I'm glad you're alive, man.
That ought to keep things settled for a while. Hope it stays that way. Keep your gun handy if you go poking around some of the abandoned places around here, like the schoolhouse. Wasteland critters like to move in when Sonny's not looking, so watch out.
I get the sense he doesn't like the bugs. I can't blame him. I mean, I like bugs. Most of them. Not all of them.
Hey there. That'll teach the powder gangs to avoid good springs in the future. Until next.
Thanks again for all your help. Yeah.
Yeah. So what is Trudy's?
Howdy.
Oh. No, you're not supposed to be in here. What are you doing in here, sir? Looking at me like I'm up to no good. I mean, there's literally nowhere for her to go wrong.
Howdy.
I guess she leaves for the establishment. The establishment when she goes to bed. All right. Yeah, so I gotta go that way. I could go. So there were the coyotes that I heard off in the distance. There's two. Three of them. Fucking serious?
Hell. You need to be careful. It's dangerous out here. See that you didn't.
Not too bad. Have a good day at work.
I saved your life, so I kind of feel responsible for you is all.
Mm-hmm.
I like you, friend. Have I mentioned that? See you around, buckaroo.
Right. We'll come back to the Good Springs Cave a little bit later. Let's go and hit up Prim. I don't really enjoy shooting the animals, but they're freaking enemies, and they're dangerous as fuck in this game, especially on hard mode. So, I gotta be careful. What? Yep. Oh, right. The Indiana Jones reference. Okay. So, I do have a new apparel item. Perception. New perception. So I go Desperado cowboy hat or the suave gambler hat. That way. Barton Thorn.
Hello? Can you help me? My girl is trapped by geckos on the ridge, and I go up the path, past the broken radio tower, and go to the right. They're at the top of the trail. You will.
I know it's a trap, but it's whatever.
Yes, I know, I know. So they've been leading people up here forever. So this is a dead man's hand. I forget what this one is. God damn it. Of course, I didn't even see that motherfucker. Oh.
Sorry I tricked you, but thanks for clearing out the geckos. Now I can get to that stash up there, after I deal with you. You like that?
Thanks, Mr. Thorne. Is this the number station? Yeah, Lone Wolf Radio, yeah. Shame they never did anything with this.
First death.
Oh no.
That's what happens when you don't save. That's a lot of bullshit. I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette. just had a sloppy Joe I didn't know I needed. But I'll be right back. I'm gonna go smoke my cigarette now. If you put fried, like French's fried onions on top of a sloppy Joe, it makes it much better. How you like them crickets? And I'm going to go ahead and stop recording any. Yes, stop recording because I don't need to record any of this. These can go to so that's that folder cleaned up. Hope everybody's doing well tonight. Ooh. Welcome, new subscriber. I know I say this sometimes, but I do have some new stuff coming. Well, I have some new stuff that are in the that's in the works. It's just it has to grow naturally. I'm not trying to force anything. But some new. Okay, so I do want to try my hand at podcast, but like the facilities for doing that kind of thing aren't ready yet, and this studio is not built for more than 2 people at most, and that's still pushing it because it's a small studio. This is basically half my bedroom converted into my studio. Not bad. Gomi gets all the softest spots on the bed. And there are some guests that I would like to have on podcast, and it necessarily works out better with podcast format. So that's coming down the line. Still in the hunt for an editor. That's also slowly coming on. I'm just, I'm still on the rise. I don't necessarily. I do. I need an editor. Like I was telling AFNB, I would like to have like a show opener for at least the stream but it's something that I would want to, like, it's gonna percolate in my head for a while before I'm ready. Like I do have one, like that's a short that, you know, directs people to my channel, but having a proper opening for my releases would be nice. We'll see. I needed that. Yeah, music you're hearing is provided by the YouTube sound library. So if you're interested, I would direct you there. I might come back to Fallout before I go to bed, but I hate it when I forget to save. See if there's anything interesting on the front page. So the notification for A Wolf in Sheep's Clothing is officially up. Good for you, brother. Yeah, definitely premiere it. Yeah, I think it's going to turn out well for you. is it all? Oh man, I haven't played WoW, and and I pay for it every month. I haven't played in a little while. Ooh, cult classics to hidden gems. Our favorite B horror movies. If that's not a genre for us, I don't know what is. So let's actually. I've been playing for a while. Let's take a break from the video games, and let's. There we go.
Did you?
So, before we start, this is by Joe Blow Horror Originals. I've been following these guys for quite a while. Well, Joe Blow Horror Originals is a little bit newer than, well, I think, than Joe Blow, but I've been watching their movie reviews for quite a while. I like their stuff, and as we are, we watch indie films and B films and short films, excuse me, and that kind of thing. So this is right up our alley, and I have been wanting to branch out a little bit in what I watch with you guys, and considering that that's not good. How did that get all like that? Well, I need to clean that whole thing. Seeing as I've been wanting to branch out, I think this might be a good way to go. There we go. That works. So, yeah. If you... Come on. If you would like to see more from Joe Blow Horror Originals, I highly recommend it. I sometimes catch them on here. What happened, like the last one I watched was what happened to Leviathan. Yeah, that was a really good one. It's a really good B film, starring Peter Weller, RoboCop himself. I highly recommend you check it out. And if you are definitely interested in classic films from the 80s and 90s, this is a good place to get your info. So, this one is about 30 minutes. Go ahead and get yourself something to drink, something to eat, something to smoke on. I'm going to get this dab ready because this is going to be good, and I haven't actually had this wax in a while, so I want to see what's up. I want to get a stupidly big dab. Each time my cat hears the torch goes off, he makes a decision of whether he wants to stay or not. Because if he stays, more than likely he's gonna want his hit. If he goes, obviously. There's a game I haven't played in a little while, but like there's a game that I might want to hop on for a hot minute this evening as well, called The Ascent. I have to see if I'm in the mood for jumping back into the story, because it really is good. It's a top-down shooter, fast-paced run and gun type stuff. It's pretty good. Where's my timer at? Right shot. Alright. Sure it's ready to go. Before I drop my dab, I don't want anything to fall off the dab spoon. All right. It's got a little bit of a Caribbean vibe to it. Ooh. All right, let's boogie, ladies and gentlemen. How you doing, viewer? We're getting ready to watch cult classics to hidden gems, our favorite B horror movies. And as we are a short film / indie film / B film channel, we're gonna see what's up. So let's get started.
Did you ever hear about the time the American James Bond teamed up with homegrown militia to take down the Stuffies? Those people whose minds... Did you ever hear about...
Since we're doing an actual first time react, might as well farm the the material, right? So, let me do my open real quick. Oh, shit. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Gnome Show After Dark. I am Josh, your humble host, and this evening, as I explained to my viewers on stream, we are watching Cult Classics to Hidden Gems, our favorite B movies by Joe Blow, original horror originals, and just did a massive dab. And we're getting into it. So welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I hope your week has been good so far. I hope it continues to be good. Let's boogie.
Did you ever hear about the time the American James Bond teamed up with homegrown militia to take down the Stuffies? Those people whose minds had been warped by a dangerous dessert that came seeping through the ground like a bubbling crude. Our heroes faced down evil corporations and flooded in sentient marshmallow fluff to save the world from a junk food apocalypse. If you haven't heard this story, then strap in because we're about to tell you all about The Stuff. That's the name of both the deadly dessert and the movie that was made about it, which might be the best horror movie you never saw.
Damn it.
Over a writing and directing career that lasted more than 60 years, Larry Cohen told us some incredible stories. Stories about a maniac cop, stories about Black Caesar who dealt with hell up in Harlem.
Hell yeah.
With the It's Alive trilogy, he even told us multiple stories about killer babies, which were amusingly absurd at times, but also effectively creepy when Cohen wanted them to be. Since he was a filmmaker who made killer baby movies work, it should come as no surprise that he was able to make a great horror movie about a deadly ice cream substitute.
Oh, it was such a good death. He was a great actor.
Cohen was often praised for his dedication to crafting interesting characters, no matter what sort of story he was writing. So even when he was making a goofball movie about a tasty treat that causes horrific side effects, he was able to draw in a strong cast. For The Stuff, he reteamed with his Q, the winged serpent star Michael Moriarty, casting him as an FBI agent turned industrial spy named David Rutherford.
Such a good
Although
actor.
most viewers will be left thinking of the character as Mo. People call him Mo because whenever they give him money, he always wants Mo. As the story begins, The Stuff has become an overnight sensation in the United States. It's delicious, has 0 calories, no artificial ingredients. And why wouldn't it become popular? The sales are leaving ice cream, yogurt, cookies, and everything else in the dust. So representatives of the ice cream industry hire Mo to find out what the stuff is made of so they can try and replicate it and beat it at its own game. Mo's investigation brings him into contact with advertising agency executive Nicole, who named The Stuff and has put together an incredible ad campaign
was some weird
for it.
recording.
Once you watch this movie, you'll never be able
there.
to get the jingle for The Stuff out of your mind. Nicole is played by Andrea Marcovici, who has done a lot of serious dramatic work in her career and saw The Stuff as a chance to be silly and have a good time. Mo is basically portrayed like an American version of Roger Moore era James Bond, so of course, Nicole falls for him immediately and helps him investigate her employer. Mo also crosses paths with a guy called Chocolate Chip Charlie, played by Saturday Night Live's Garrett Morris.
I miss these days, man. Like the movies that we saw on like cable television back in the day. Oh, man.
Charlie was the owner of this story's stand-in for the famous Amos cookie brand until the executives behind The Stuff bought out his company and tossed him. So he has a grudge against The Stuff, and so does a young boy named Jason, played by Scott Bloom. Jason is one of the first people in America to realize The Stuff isn't the healthy treat everyone thinks it is. The Stuff, which looks like marshmallow fluff, is actually sentient, a living organism. It can move on its own, and Jason sees it doing just that inside his family's fridge. Once someone has consumed enough of it, they become stuffies. The stuff takes over their minds and bodies, It makes them do its bidding until they're used up and the stuff has to ditch their crumbling corpses. The stuff isn't manufactured, whatever it is, seeps up out of the ground, is siphoned into trucks and shipped off to consumers without any sort of processing. Realizing that the stuff could be an apocalyptic threat if it's not dealt with, Moe seeks the help of a right-wing militia leader, Colonel Malcolm Gromit Spears, played by Paul Sorvino, who operates out of a castle in the American countryside. Convincing Spears that the stuff is the work of communists, Moe gains the support of him and his soldiers. They back him up for an assault on the Stuff headquarters. Along the way, Danny Aiello shows up as Mr. Vickers of the FDA. Vickers thinks the Stuff is such a great product he even feeds it to his dog. That turns out to be a terrible idea. Aiello's appearance is brief, so he gets a guest star credit, which is always weird to see on a movie instead of a TV show. Patrick O'Neill plays Stuff distributor Fletcher, and Alexander Skirby in his final role as Evans, a representative of the ice cream industry. Cohen also gave Eric Bogosian, who had just starred in his film Special Effects, a cameo as a supermarket clerk. And Mira Sorvino, Paul's daughter, a future Oscar winner, makes her screen debut as a factory worker, but good luck trying to spot her. Mira was visiting her father on set one day, and he and Cohen decided to stick her in front of the camera. The idea of making a movie about a mind-altering, monstrous dessert may seem odd, but Cohen only had to observe the world around him to be inspired. This story, a satire of consumerism and corporate greed, occurred to him after he had read several newspaper articles about products being recalled. As he told Starlog magazine, quote, "We've all read about the Food and Drug Administration recalling something which ended up poisoning people or killing their children or causing women to get cancer or to become infertile. We've also read about automobile manufacturers recalling cars for structural faults which cause people to be injured. So it's very common for the public to be endangered by mass-produced products. Companies are in too much of a hurry to get their products onto the market." He was also fascinated by the amount of junk food the public consumes and continues to consume, even though we know the damage it can do to our health. So he came up with the most unhealthy dessert possible. To bring his vision of the Stuff to the screen, he secured a budget of $1.7 million and a distribution deal with New World Pictures. The budget was so tight that the crew was given a $5 limit on their lunches, but Cohen had enough money to make his movie. The filmmaker and New World ran into a disagreement at the casting stage. He wanted a then unknown Arsenio Hall as Chocolate Chip Charlie.
That would have been cool if the models just cracked in half in the middle of their show because the Stuff is taking over. That would be fucking awesome.
While New World insisted that he cast a more familiar Garrett Morris. But for the most part, the company left Cohen alone and let him do his thing. Production on the Stuff lasted from August into September of 1984 and seems to have gone rather smoothly. Although additional photography was required when Cohen thought of a new ending for the movie after he had edited together a rough cut, that's the scene where Fletcher and Evans get their comeuppance being forced to eat a large amount of the stuff themselves. Of course, the most complicated part of making the Stuff was figuring out how to bring the stuff to life on screen. Multiple methods were used to portray the stuff on screen, depending on the scene and what was required of the substance. Special effects artists Steve Neal and Rick Stratton made the stuff on location, while stop-motion animator David Allen was hired to create scenes where the stuff moves on its own. Sadly,
yeah, this movie, despite being a B movie, had some really cool, some really ghoulish and cool body horror effects. Cronenberg does it best, but Cohen did it pretty well on a shoestring budget, and that's more than you can ask of anybody. And it's a freaking classic, and we're talking about it today. So I guess. He made a decent film.
Moments that Allen animated involved baby stuff and walking stuff didn't make it into the finished film. Plastic, rubber, slime, ice cream, yogurt, shaving cream, and mashed potatoes dusted with baking flour were all used for the stuff at different points. When actors had to eat the stuff, it was a mixture of yogurt, tofu, and whipped cream. Cohen said most of the cast put on weight during the production because they had to keep eating the stuff. Markovici wasn't happy when she had to eat it because this sort of thing was not on her diet. But even more than the tasty stuff, she hated it when the stuff was played by firefighters' foam. That's because the foam was made out of fish guts, so it was disgusting to be around and didn't smell very good. A company called Effects Associated was hired for the shots of exploding factory buildings. Cohen thought the result was underwhelming, so he paid them half the amount they were asking for. This led to a lawsuit that was decided in Cohen's favor because he and Effects Associated hadn't made a copyright agreement regarding the use of the shots. Effects Associated was free to use the footage of exploding factory buildings for other projects. It wasn't exclusive to the stuff. The factory building explosions weren't the only unsatisfactory things Cohen dealt with. He was aware on set that some scenes weren't working. There was one where Mo and Nicole hook up at a hotel that was so obviously wasn't necessary. Cohen went home early that day. He left cinematographer Paul Glickman with Moriarty and Markovici to finish shooting the doomed scene on their own. That scene actually did end up in the first cut Cohen showed to New World Pictures, but then it and several others were cut because the distributor was disappointed with the movie he delivered to them. New World was expecting the stuff to be a straightforward monster movie, something nasty and horrific. They didn't know what to do with the movie Cohen had actually made, full of satire and humor. A movie that goes for laughs more often than it went for scares. The one way they could see to make it more marketable was to make sure it was shorter and more fast-paced. Cohen described his own cut of the movie as more dense and sophisticated than the
it was scary enough.
He also admitted that some of the scenes he cut out while speeding up the pace for the distributor were extraneous. While it hurt to cut out some of the moments, there were funny scenes he wanted to keep in and wasn't able to. He also thought it was a wise decision to cut out some of the scenes he originally included. The final cut of the movie ended up being about 30 minutes shorter than Cohen's director's cut. Now, New World had to figure out how to sell the stuff. They decided to promote the film as if it were the movie they had expected to be, not the movie it actually was. The ads and trailers ignored the satirical element and tried to sell it as a conventional horror movie. New World's first scheduled the stuff for a March 1985 release, but delayed it a few months and ultimately gave it a limited release in the United States beginning in June of '85. Information on how it did at the box office isn't readily available at this point, but it is known that the stuff wasn't a hit. Cohen felt New World hurt the film's chances by not focusing on the humor in the advertising, and he also said that it was dealt a blow by Mother Nature herself. A hurricane hit New York the same day the stuff was released there. Newspapers weren't delivered that day, so the public didn't get to see that critics had given the movie positive reviews. Cohen had a friend in advertising who had created the stuff containers for the movie. During filming, Cohen was planning to do some tie-in marketing and sell the stuff nationally in those containers. Of course, this version of the stuff would have just been regular ice cream, not a substance that would turn people into stuffies. The idea was to see how much of the stuff they could sell before consumers realized it was just a movie promotion. But that plan seems to have been abandoned by the time the stuff was released.
Yeah,
the stuff wasn't a box office smash, but it did develop a cult following over the years as viewers caught up with it on VHS, DVD, and Blu-ray. Its appreciative audience includes Rupert Grint of the Harry Potter franchise, who lists it as one of his top 5 favorite movies. Grint told Rotten Tomatoes, quote, "I'm a big B-movie fan, and for me this ticks every B-movie box. It must be the most original idea for a monster, an evil mass-produced dessert. It's got the strangest characters I've ever seen in a film, which makes it forever a favorite of mine."
Hell yeah,
The movie definitely has some bizarre characters. The concept of a killer dessert is an already unusual setup, but a lot of filmmakers could have done something interesting with the idea. None of them would have made a movie that's anything like the stuff, though. Only Larry Cohen could have thought to make a couple of the stars, an American James Bond, and a militia leader who's bummed because nobody likes him. Even Cohen himself couldn't describe the stuff as any particular established genre. It wasn't fully horror, it wasn't fully comedy, it was its own thing, a Larry Cohen movie. Some viewers will be put off by the tone and the characters, while others love it because of how unique it is. It's a joy to watch Mo Rutherford make his way through the film, unearthing the mysteries of the stuff. Moriarty gives such an awesome performance as this character, it almost makes you wish he and Cohen had made a whole series of Mo Rutherford movies. He didn't need to mess with the stuff again.
You know, he does seem like the type that would do what's his name? From Airplane and Police Squad. You know, that guy. He would be that kind of character where, like, he would just show up as the oddball main character. Like, you would swear, like, he walked in from a different film or from a TV show. And, like, you just gotta deal with Mo now. You know what I'm saying? That would be fucking hilarious.
But it would have been fun to see him go on other adventures and eliminate other strange threats. One of the most memorable scenes in the movie is the first one, in which an elderly mine worker is the first to discover the stuff. He sees this white substance bubbling out of the snowy ground, and his first instinct is to stick his finger in it and give it a taste. And it's a good thing this guy will eat whatever he finds on the ground. We would have been missing out if he didn't, because we have him to thank
This can
for the
make
whole
me
movie
rich.
that follows. Entertaining scenes like the one where Jason busts up the many stuffed displays in a supermarket, or where Vickers is attacked by a stuffy dog, and where Chocolate Chip Charlie's mouth opens
funny
wide
as it is. Oh
to
my
let
god, that
stuff
too. Like they
spew
were,
out.
they were really
Among the
fucking,
many
like,
great scenes
that was
involving the stuff
nasty
is
when I
one
was
set in a
young.
motel room where the stuff comes pouring out of Mo and Nicole's bed. Shooting this scene required a revolving set, and luckily, a revolving set had recently been built for another horror production. Just weeks before, Cohen used this set to show the flood of the stuff defying gravity. Wes Craven was using the revolving room to film scenes for A Nightmare on Elm Street. Cohen was able to achieve a fast and fun pace for the stuff when he whittled down the running time for New World Pictures. But the movie goes so quickly, you can tell it's jumping over transitional moments and leaving out some information. It feels a bit wild and scattered, so it's interesting to hear that fans might have the chance to see a director's cut someday. The non-profit outhouse organization Denver Film recently found that a 35mm print in the possession of the Academy of Motion Pictures Arts and Sciences is the director's cut. Those 30 minutes Cohen removed in 1985 are in that print. So hopefully someone will be releasing that soon. The film
Release
that
the
may
Cohen cut.
or may not be the third entry of the House franchise, which seemed to begin as horror
House is
comedies
one of my
that
favorite
could
movies, too.
possibly be viewed by children. Is there a tangible connection between the horror show and the House series? Well, let's find out. The House franchise, which began in 1986 with a film directed by Steve Miner and produced by Sean S. Cunningham of
This is one of those movies that scared me as a child, and so I'm old enough to. Do y'all remember Errol's? I do. I used to go to Errol's Video all the time, and they had all their videos are in these giant square boxes, like giant tall square boxes with plastic sleeves over them, and like it was Betamax at this time, so were they Betamax? Yeah. For a little while, they were Betamax, I rented House. I remember getting that. It's one of my favorite films, because it has the guy from Night Court. God bless his soul. He's passed now, but he's in it, and the guy from Greatest American Hero is also in it. And the guy from Cheers is also in it. And there's a pig lady that's also in it. And a rather disturbing set of creatures. And it's a haunted house type thing. So it's a really good little film. Let's check it out, because if you haven't seen this one, I'd really check it out. And even the second one is pretty good, but after that it gets kind of dicey. But all of them qualify as B movies, like, absolutely.
Friday the 13th fame has become known throughout the years for having 4 entries in the series that are largely unrelated, besides the fact that the central action of the film involves a mysterious, creepy house. The first movie functions as a horror comedy, while 1987's House 2, the second story, goes even lighter in tone than its predecessor as a new supernatural comedy that doesn't involve the storyline or characters from the first film.
Different person, different
At least House 2 has a tangible tonal relation to the first movie, which makes it feel more at home within the franchise, because the same can't be said about 1989's House 3. Or is that House 3 the horror show? Perhaps it's just the horror show. Maybe all three are accurate,
Okay, so I
depending
remember
on
the
where you
horror
live
show
and
kinda.
how you were introduced to the film. That may just be part of the House franchise in
He was a
name
great actor,
only.
too.
Confused yet? It's that uncertain
Richard Mall.
pedigree
That's
that,
the guy
at the
from the
very
first floor,
least,
house.
makes the movie fascinating to dive into. The whole
Lance
concept of a film being connected to a larger franchise in name only generally occurs when a derivative work, typically a remake, adaptation, or reimagining, is so different from the work it took its name from that the only thing tying it to the original
from that
material
70s
is the
show?
title, possibly a few characters, and even the broadest connection to the actual
That's
premise.
not terrible
Essentially,
effects for that
you could
time.
have the project stand perfectly on its own
It's a
if
great-
references to the
Can we just just stop and appreciate how good like movie posters were back then, like when they really mattered, you know, when it was a thing. Oh man. I mean, like, yeah, I mean, they're in movie theaters and then, like, I guess they still, but like before, like they were a big thing. Like, you know, those are types of things you had in your room and around the house. Like, I mean, I guess you still had them. Like, I guess, but they were like really big back in the day. Like, this is fucking beautiful. I think I might want to get one of those for my room or something. That's really cool. That's really cool.
source material were removed. House and House
Definitely
2, the
the first
second
one,
story, even lacking direct storyline
Maybe
and
displayed
character
as one.
connections, at least involves a similar supernatural element involving comedy and a haunting of sorts within the home. The horror
It's-
show
they're
plays
all
things a
haunted
bit
house
darker
movies.
and centers on a
That's the
vicious
connective tissue.
serial killer named Meat Cleaver Max Jenke, who's played by Brian James, and a detective named Lucas McCarthy,
Mr.
played
James.
by Lance Hendrickson,
God rest
who
his-
is hot on his trail.
rest
When
in
Meat
peace.
Cleaver Max is finally brought down by McCarthy, the crazed serial killer won't let an inconvenience like death stop his murderous rampage. Meat Cleaver Max seems to meet his end after a stint in the electric chair, but crazed killer vowed revenge before he met his end, and he's determined to get it.
That guy, the bad guy, was also in at least one Tales from the Crypt, but probably more.
Even
He's been in everything.
beyond the grave.
Coming back to fuck you
That
up.
guy.
Meat Cleaver Max is intent on piling up his body count and living up to his deal with the devil to frame
is a great
McCarthy
villain.
for his murders. The house comes into play when Meat Cleaver Max begins scaring the McCarthy family, who have moved into a new home, and the parapsychologist they have hired named Peter Campbell, who's played by Tom Bray, who explains to them that the only hope to stop Meat Cleaver Max for good is to destroy his evil spirit. And there we have our broad connection to the premise of the first two House movies. Initially released in the US as The Horror Show, which allowed it to be free from the ties of the House franchise name, the film has taken its place over the years as a legit part of the House series, even though it truly lacks any real connection to its predecessors. While the film was branded as The Horror Show in the States, it was released as House 3 in Europe, and it was distributed as House 3 The Horror Show on home video, October 1989. Perhaps because the film flopped at the box office in the US, producer Sean S. Cunningham figured
Oh, wow.
the brand recognition of the house name would give it an assist in foreign markets. It might confuse you even more that when they got to making a real sequel in the franchise, they kept the numbering based solely on the foreign distribution title being
Wow,
House 3
okay, so that's
and not
why-
The Horror
that's
Show.
why
That
they-
means
that's why- okay.
if you went to the video store in the 90s, now keep up, and felt like having a complete House marathon, you only ever found House, House 2, and House 4 on the horror shelf and not House 3, regardless of whether it's in the franchise or out of it. There's no denying that the horror show has some fun moments to offer fans of the genre. For starters, the horror show doesn't skimp on bloodshed, and it's loaded with profanities.
It's coming back.
What the fuck are you talking about?
It's not over yet. He's coming back
I
for
need
you.
this like a fucking hole in the head.
If you like your horror films with characters that swear like
Classic.
sailors, this one's for you. And in terms of gore and the effects work on display, the excessively graphic scenes that dominate the
Ew.
horror show are generally top notch.
Oh, that's kinda
With
cool.
work from the likes of Greg Nicotero and Howard Berger, you
Really?
know you're going to get some practical makeup effects to remember. Look to when Meat Cleaver Max is put to death in a very memorable execution that shows the character coming to a very messy end, or an intense sequence involving Lucas trying to capture Max, who has body parts all over his kitchen. A lot of the film really is a gore fiend's dream, and it certainly doesn't lack
what do you think?
in that department, or
Maybe
seems
something we might want to
stifled
check out
by the film's limited budget. So let's talk the film's cast, which has Lance Henriksen leading the way as an always reliable presence in a movie like this. I mean, pick your poison. This is a man who's appeared in genre classics like The Terminator, Aliens, Near Dark, and Pumpkinhead, so you know you're always going to get a committed performance. And in all honesty, Henriksen gives the material a lot more value because his cliched...
Hey, you know what? Henriksen gives a lot of value to any material that he's attached to, like even when he's hamming it up. I remember there's a sci-fi film, one of the many sci-fi films with him in it, but there was one where I think he was like an evil android or something. They looked rather like the Borg. I don't know. It's very hazy, but he was good in that. He was also a really good cheating, lying cowboy in The Quick and the Dead. Of course, in Aliens. Alien 3, when the dude had his ear hanging off, and you really had to question me, like, is that just a bishop? And apparently no, it was the real deal. Motherfucker just wasn't fazed by having his ear hanging off of his face. I guess dude just was like, whatever. We're taking you back, Ripley. No matter what. Henriksen always gives it a lot of gumph when he plays a role. Also, Millennium, and I was really angry that they never finished Millennium because that was really getting good.
Tormented cop character is given considerable power based on his performance. The character always seems like he's on the verge of exploding, which at times makes him more frightening than
and Pumpkinhead,
his opponent. Brian James is certainly fun to watch as Meat Cleaver Max and is genuinely frightening during certain moments with a signature evil laugh to match his depravity. The behind-the-scenes team offers a connection between this film and his predecessors as the photography of Mac Alberg is back on display, but he gives this installment a more grounded look when compared to the previous House films. Composer Harry Manfredini, who has been in league with producer Sean S. Cunningham since composing Friday the 13th, is also on board providing the score for this film after clearly having a lot of fun with House and House 2. Now, if you're wanting a story that makes a lot of sense, you might be left wanting. If you pay attention to the credits, you'll notice that Alan Smithy is credited as one of the two screenwriters.
You gotta be.
That's before they explain it. That's when a writer doesn't wish to be attached to the film by name anymore.
Fucking kidding me.
Alan Smithy is a commonly used pseudonym for someone who doesn't want to be credited on a film. And in this case, it was Alan Warner who tried to pretend like the horror show doesn't exist. To the writer's credit, they do craft some interesting moments that play well during the film. The constant repetition of wondering about what might be going on does create some anxiety. This proves to be very true during a scene where McCarthy is yelling at Max, but everybody else thinks he's yelling at his daughter Bonnie's boyfriend, which nicely leads into McCarthy being accused of his murder later on. No one is winning any Academy Awards for Best Original Screenplay here, but I wouldn't say it's worthy of the Alan Smithy treatment. Another interesting behind-the-scenes tidbit about the horror show is that director David Blythe was replaced by James Isaac, and the late James Isaac ends up being the perfect choice for the job due to his career creating creatures in such films as Gremlins, and he also did work on House 2, The Second Story. Isaac made his directorial debut on the horror show, and he would go on to direct Jason X and Skinwalkers. In an interesting late 80s horror twist, the horror show does end up sharing some similarities with the Wes Craven 1989 film Shocker,
it was entertaining,
which arrived a few months after the horror show. They both featured crazed killers who vow revenge while being executed, and then end up coming back through fairly ludicrous means. In Shocker, Horace Pinker makes a deal with the devil and comes back as pure electricity.
And that's the dude from X-Files, that's Skinner, and also the dude from Winchester show, Supernatural, from that show, and also he was in The Outer Limits, I believe. He's been in a lot of stuff. He's been on TV forever.
With the ability to possess others to continue his murderous rage and get revenge on young Jonathan. In the horror show, Meat Cleaver Max is executed, makes a deal with the devil in order to continue his revenge, and becomes a ghost, hiding in a basement boiler. Horace Pinker obviously got the better end of the afterlife evil powers and hiding places, but
Fair
I'm
enough.
pretty sure we missed a good opportunity
Brian
for some
James
kind
is
of
far
crossover
more
movie.
fucking terrifying.
Could Shocker very well be the real House 4? Maybe House 3.5? I'm willing to hear any idea that would make this mashup work. I honestly think the legacy of the horror show, or whatever you choose to call it, is that it kind of built up a reputation as a lost film because you could never really find it as House 3, at least here in the States. So the third film always felt like some mystery. Thanks to the power of the internet, we all know why we could never locate it.
Anybody that's in my foreign or overseas audience, can you tell me your experiences with House 3? Because I remember it as horror show. I remember seeing it on the shelves, but I never knew it was connected to House either. That's crazy. So let me know.
Because as we glanced over the horror show, we had no idea we were overlooking the long-lost third entry of the House franchise. In all honesty, the horror show is a bit of a tonal whiplash after the horror comedy that was House and the lighthearted monster movie antics of House 2, but that doesn't make it any less fun to watch and makes for a fun debate with other horror fans about its true placement in the franchise or as merely a standalone effort waiting to be discovered by more people.
Fuck you! King is a hard author to translate into film. He has a true skill of fleshing out characters in a way that can ground even the most ridiculous ideas. King adaptations run the gamut of perfection to heartbreaking, and most of the films fall flat. The best ones are made by a select few, with Stanley Kubrick gone and Rob Reiner doing whatever he's doing. We need Frank Darabont to adapt all Stephen King films. You're on the wrong side of history, MC.
The wrong side.
The problem is one must wade through a river of shit to find gold. There is a middle ground. Some very solid films based off King's work. One of these is an old favorite of mine. A monster film with a great antagonist, an interesting story, and an unsettling number of real rats. I am talking about
The Graveyard Shift.
Okay, I remember the book.
Story by the same name.
And I
It's a
sort of
brisk
remember
18
the
pages,
film.
and because of that, the film does a pretty good job of staying faithful to the original material. Our lead, Hall, is a drifter who's wandering the land after the passing of his wife. He gets a job at the local Bachman Mill, a nod to King, and offered a position on the cleanup crew over the 4th of July weekend. The foreman, Warwick, needs to clean up the basement and get rid of the rat infestation before the local government shuts the mill back down. That's what gets our band of hardworking men and women into the path of the monster. It's a simple premise, and one they don't try and overcomplicate. Graveyard Shift is a monster movie. And full disclosure, I absolutely love monster movies. They make everything better. Take a look at Toolbox Murders, a great slasher, where the killer is actually a monster. You'll be missed, Mr. Hooper. You'll be missed. In terms of actual filmmaking, this movie is surprisingly competent. The original short story was brisk, basic, and to the point. That needs to be said, because what really holds this film together is that snappy rhythmic pace. By the 20-minute mark, it sets up both Hall, the boss man Warwick, the monster, and the rat infestation. At the 40-minute mark, we get the holiday weekend cleanup job, and at 1 hour, we are chasing the creature. They don't waste any time here because the original aim was to be a fun and terrifying monster movie, nothing more. The killer bat lives and moves around underground tunnels that exist below the entire town and can be accessed beneath the old mill. Everything looks worn and lived in. You can almost smell the must. They used a real mill. Everything in it looks muddy and every actor is constantly sweating. They have convincing sound stages for the basement and tunnel system as well. The main feeding ground for the killer bat makes great use of an old school matte painting technique. The look works. Graveyard Shift conveys King's story setting on a small budget. What's a good setting if you can't fill it with interesting characters? Now, I must admit that most of the characters here are one note, but I will commend that everyone looks the part. Hall, Brogan, and Danson all look like working men. The foreman Warwick and Brad Dourif's exterminator are two prize-winning characters in this film. Coming off the success of Child's Play, we get more of an extended cameo from Dourif, and he wastes no time with a smaller role. Early on in the film, he gives a monologue about his hatred for rats and his time in Vietnam. That's so good, it might have been written for another film.
They cover it with a flaming rice ball, and let me tell you, that gray, black son of a bitch would have nowhere else to go but inside.
Seriously, if I just add some dramatic music?
They cover it with a flaming rice ball, and let me tell you, that gray, black son of a bitch would have nowhere else to go.
You might just have to give the man an Oscar. Let's be clear. This is Stephen Mock's film. He
I may have
gives
to
not
check
only
it
the
out
best
again
performance,
just for that
but it really gives
performance.
us one of the most underrated villains.
You know, it's like that that monologue by Shaw from Jaws about the sharks and like the sinking of that ship. Yeah, like Mr. Dourif is always intense in everything.
Holy shit, does this man steal the show. First off, he does what may be the most interesting accent I have ever heard.
Now we can get you that audition on Star Search. Job split evenly, night by night. Tried to keep it interesting. You ever run the pickup? When's the last time you've been to a graveyard?
It's not just good.
It's amazing.
I watched this movie a few times trying to find a point where he drops it or doesn't fall through, but this man is a master of his craft, and his weird idiolect helps carve out his own version of Warwick. He's a tough, crew-cut, short-sleeve wearing hard-ass, and there are hints of something more. In the third act, with the monster bat in full force, the group splits up and Warwick goes full metal jacket. With the use of dirt as war paint, his method for crawling, and even the way he fights, it's obvious that he's more than just a foreman at a mill. Warwick has been in battle. With the Vietnam monologue from Dourif, it's clear that the war has a bit more to do with the story than a one-off speech. It explains a lot. His haircut and drill sergeant-like attitude.
Yeah.
Think about it, he comes back from war and opens up an abandoned mill in a small Maine town that would be its driving economy. That right there would explain why he seems to give a shit less about the people who keep disappearing. Not only his livelihood, but the town is at stake, with the mill bordering on closing. You can see it's a really poor small town with only one bar. Now, none of this is said, but the puzzle pieces are there. As fun as this film is, it has its problems. The directing is passable, but could have been more stylistic and helped push more fear for the monster. There are many times where the threat doesn't seem that bothersome to most. The Jinn himself doesn't do much, but has one smart moment at the end. He freaks out, which you don't usually see in these types of films. He just couldn't handle the fact that a giant bat was murdering his fellow coworkers and has an honest, real reaction.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good creature effect.
There's also some very awkward and poorly mixed ADR that pops up throughout the film. It's not terribly distracting, but once you hear it, you can't unhear it.
Basement cleanup. Clean up this, Warwick.
Graveyard Shift isn't a perfect film, but for the life of me, I don't understand its 13% Rotten Tomato score. The Dark Tower, Golden Years, and Dreamcatcher all have higher Rotten Tomato scores. Dreamcatcher. A movie with alien ass worms played dramatic and straight. That has a higher score than Graveyard Shift? Come on.
That's great.
Jesus Christ. Not only is its score fatally low at 13%, but it's always at the bottom of every Stephen King film list. I'm taking a lonely road here, but it must be said. Graveyard Shift is a good movie. It's not supposed to be the shining level of terror or a misery type of commentary, but can't a man make a fun monster movie? There are far worse King films, and this has been unfairly grouped in for too long. No more. Graveyard Shift has an amazing antagonist, a cool monster, and some great looking set pieces.
Not one bit.
It deserves a retrial. It deserves a second chance. And I'll leave you with that, like the good foreman once said.
Show's over.
Nice. Thank you guys over at Joe Blow Horror Originals. You're always on point with your movie reviews and opinions like that. Yeah, spot on, guys. I hope you enjoyed that, ladies and gentlemen. If any of these movies piqued your interest, go see them. They're absolutely worth it. go on over to Joblo Horror Originals and Joblo, like their other channel, their main channel. Give them some love. You won't be disappointed. Like, subscribe, and share. Every bit helps. Thank you very much for joining me, ladies and gentlemen. Be safe, happy, and healthy. I love you all. And I'll see you in the next one. Sweet. That was a nice impromptu video. Let's see if there's anything else on the in the YouTube's algorithm. Go ahead and give that a like. Huge Pokemon scam. Put some music on while I look at the That's pretty cool. Ator. Greatness. The ruination of USG Ishimura. So, alright, so that's from Dead Space. You know, it is kind of frightening, the new trend of fake AAA games. Like they're just, I mean, so they, like, I guess they took the model of, like, a AAA game publishers selling crap to their audience and knowing that they'll buy it and because they'll fix it later in post, and then just say, like, you know what, they'll just buy crap and then we'll skate and they won't know what to, you know, they won't know what hit them. Why streaming is becoming cable again. I kind of want to, I feel, yeah, I had an opinion. I might have to watch this. I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette. I'll be right back, and then we're going to. I want to do this one.
Makes me furious. Okay. Sorry.
And before I leave, because a brand new viewer just walked in. How you doing, viewer? I'm Josh. This is the Gnome Show. I usually cover short films, analog horror, that kind of thing. I also do shorts, video games. I'm a variety streamer and YouTuber, so I do a little bit of everything. But this video here is, I've been on this earth since the dawn of the 80s. And I remember cable television. And not all of it was bad, especially as certain channels matured. And there was programming that catered more to our tastes as burgeoning adults, spending our money on things like anime and action figures and video games and computer equipment, like it just, same thing we do now. But cable television was good for a while until like there was nothing on television. It was all reality television, and I feel like television kind of like fell off the map once streaming choices appeared. Not necessarily just that there always were options if you had the equipment and knew where to look. But when major platforms became a viable alternative to television, like, fuck, I don't have to buy a television. I can just use my computer and watch stuff from my bedroom or watch something from my desk when I'm doing work from home, or while I'm doing homework. Or if you had dual monitors back then, you could watch something on one monitor while you do your Photoshop work, or homework, or your Photoshop work, or your programming, or whatever on the other monitor. We had options, but at some point, and it's something to do with us consumers in general. Like we are far more accepting of commercials these days than we were. Like, remember back in the day when like it was like we had ad blockers for everything. I do certain things, but certain things don't work correctly if you have ad blocker on, and if you happen to be paying for a service and you have ad blocker on, then you don't get the service from the website doesn't work, or the tracking doesn't work, or the cookies don't work, or something doesn't work, and you just literally can't see anything. So maybe there is something to this. Streaming is becoming cable again. So when I return, I'm just going to go out and stretch my legs, smoke a cigarette, get some fresh air. But when I return, we're going to see what this guy has to say about why he thinks streaming is becoming cable again. I hope you'll stay with me because I think this will be super interesting. So I'll be back in about 5 to 6 minutes, maybe 7. So don't go away. Also, feel free to comment and chat. I'm here and I do pay attention. Most of the time. Also, this would be a great time to go get yourself something to drink, something to eat, or something to smoke on. Maybe you're going to get yourself a dab ready. Maybe get a bowl or pack ready. Something. You know what I'm saying. But, yeah. Right, ladies and gentlemen. You like my shirt? It's the Super Mario Brothers. It's the entire cast from the first game. I believe I got this one at Target. Both of my cats are in attendance. My powers are at full strength. Gomi is currently holding court on the bed with my hoodie and my jammies, and Khaleesi, the spicy jalapeno, is stuffing her gullet. She's fast as fuck though, so she burns it off as quickly as she consumes it. I hope you're all doing well this evening. It is. Oh wow. I hope you guys are doing well this morning. Welcome to the AM, ladies and gentlemen. If you are interested in the music that you've been hearing, you can find it on the YouTube audio library. Yeah, it's getting a little bit late. So let's jump into why streaming is becoming. Well, hold on. Whoa. Got to do the YouTube's thing too. So pardon, my apologies. Welcome to the Gnome Show After Dark, ladies and gentlemen. I am Josh, your humble host, and this evening we're looking at why streaming is becoming cable again by Dummy. Let me go ahead and give this guy a sub and a like. And I don't, I like to keep things as much as I can in relation to what I do on this channel. So when I pick something to cover, I usually like it to, at least be like related to short films or streaming is what we do, things like that, and cable television. I grew up with it, so I have some perspective. So let's find out, what's up with why streaming is becoming cable again, and yeah, I'm very interested. So let's boogie.
Every week, there's another thing I have to make a password for, another thing I have to sign up for, and it drains my bank account, and I'm just so sick of it!
This is Will. Will is upset because streaming services are progressively becoming more and more like cable television. Do you feel like Will?
It makes me furious. Sorry to cut you off, but it makes me
sort of
furious.
Do you hate rising prices?
And if you want to watch those shows, you have to give them $7 a month, $15 a month.
Do you wish you had more control over your streaming service?
Everything used to be all on one platform.
Depends on how much control you really want. Like, if you want full control of what you watch, you can have it. You've just got to be creative about where you get those services.
Do you hate that ads are making a comeback?
It now is becoming even worse than cable television.
If you share any of those frustrations, then come along with me. I went off on a journey, and I've come back with this video, discussing things from the present day, to the history, to the technology, and...
I thought about having the table mic instead of the mic on the boom arm, but my desk real estate is limited as it is. Whether it be by my own hand or because of the limited space available. But the boom arm has turned out to be the better choice for me.
Regulation that surrounds streaming. In order to answer the question, why in the hell would streaming just become cable television again?
Because it's almost inevitable, us being creatures of habit that we are.
It makes me so... It makes me furious.
When people say that streaming has become more like cable, I think they're generally referring to 3 key features of cable television that streaming once promised to free us from, only to recreate them in the last handful of years. First is
ads.
That prices are rising.
That too.
Streaming was originally introduced to households across the world as a single affordable monthly plan that, for just a few bucks a month, would get them access to all the content they could ever want to watch. In recent years, though, prices have ballooned. Look at Netflix, for example, which has seen prices double across almost every plan.
And you can't share passwords anymore.
Their standard streaming plan, which was introduced at $8 a month, will now run you $16, and the premium plan, which cost just $12 as recently as 2016, will now run you $22.99 a month at the end of 2023.
That's a
it's
lot
worth noting
per month
that both
when
of
you
those
think
price
about it.
increases also well outpace
a lot per year, for real, for one service.
Inflation over the same time periods. And if it feels like price increases are becoming more and more common, it's because they are. Price increases...
But it's not a new thing. Way back in the day, price increases for cable television were doing the same thing, and it's one of the more famous cable hacks in television history was some dude that was fucking pissed off about the cable, the prices of, I think it was HBO or Showtime or something. One of some of the prices going up. It's been happening forever. They know that we'll pay to watch, the stuff we want to watch, and the convenience that it's there. We've turned on the television, go to the cable guide. Oh, it'll be on around like 8, 9 o'clock. Okay, and then it's gonna be on at like 1 a.m. too, because they're gonna do an encore. So okay, it'll be there. But when, let's say, your price for a channel starts out at $9.99 a month on top of your cable bill, which if you have a premium cable package, used to run you quite a bit, as any cable package still does today. But on top of that, once that $9.99 price ran out after the year or 2 years or wherever your deal was, then that price would go to $18.99 or $21.99. And that shit was I'm paying $189 a month for my premium cable package, plus I'm paying $19 a month for a channel that I watch just for boxing after dark. It was or HBO after hours, or HBO boxing, because they were real big too. If that's all that you watched, and then at a certain point, pay-per-view started coming in, and pay-per-view was $30 per viewing. You had it for I think you had it for a certain amount of time, but it was still expensive. You know what I'm saying? And point being, this has always been it's always been this way, and just as fashion comes around, so do the predatory practices of big business.
Have become the norm across platforms, seen here for all major streaming services across their most recent price hike, which averaged a 21% increase. If you were to have all of these streaming services, you'd end up like the 1 in 4 Americans who are paying more for streaming than the average cable cost. For those that think that direct comparison isn't fair, I'll admit that you might be onto something. Deloitte found, for instance, that the average millennial pays just $54 a month for streaming, which is cheaper than the average cable cost. However, you have to keep in mind that that statistic doesn't take into account individual rentals, like a $4 movie on Amazon every once in a while, or the cost that you pay to your ISP to access the high-speed internet that makes streaming possible. And we shouldn't expect price hikes to stop anytime soon, as streaming services are all racing towards profitability, experiencing billion...
That's according to anywhere, Netflix and Hulu are the only two major streaming services that made a profit by end of 2022. By contrast, Peacock, Disney Plus, Max, formerly HBO Max, and Paramount Plus reported billions of dollars in losses in earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization. And these pictures aren't completely accurate given that only some of these metrics are shared with the public. Services like Apple TV Plus and Prime Video don't even do that, making it impossible to know their profits and losses. Well, yeah, like that's Apple and that's Amazon. Like they probably just write that off like in business losses. They're not just streaming services. HBO they're a streaming service and they're a production house. Paramount is a production company. They make movies and TV shows. Like they also make merchandise and stuff like that, but they are primarily in the entertainment business. Apple and Amazon, they have so many more fingers and so many more pies than any of these guys ever could. And you know, except for Disney, but again, Disney's still like the entertainment industry. Apple, they might make the thing you're watching this on. They whether it's the phone or your computer, or the TV, or the the service that you're watching your YouTube through. Like they could have made anything. Like, you know, Amazon probably fucking sent it to your house. You know, or you're using their service for what? Amazon gives you the Twitch subscription, right? So not only do they send you all of your packages, but they probably provide most of your other services in one way or another. I mean, yeah. Of course, they're not going to fucking report their profits and losses. Like this is a side hustle for them. Netflix and Hulu, they're fucking living and dying by these fucking numbers, and they're like Netflix is tightening their belt, and Hulu, no, I don't even fuck with Hulu no more. Honestly, if I want to watch anything, Amazon's got me. And I watch more YouTube than I do anything else, because I like more informational stuff than I do regular television. That's why I don't watch television anymore. That's why I stopped watching television. Excuse me. In the mid 2000s, because I have a computer and I can find better stuff to watch.
Dollar losses in some cases. As of 2022, just Netflix and Hulu are profitable, which means that younger services like Max and Disney Plus, both founded in 2019, still have a bit of a ways to go before they make shareholders happy. As one firm put it, the era of streamflation is here, and we shouldn't expect these price increases to be a mere flash in the pan, given the surrounding economic circumstances. So, the era of cheap streaming is dead, or at the very least, dying. But surely all of those extra costs come with the modern benefits of streaming, right? Any show I want.
Again, if you know where to look hard enough, there are alternatives, but that's up to you.
At the touch of a button, right? Well, maybe not. In some very important ways, I think that consumers are actually losing some of the control that they once had. Streaming once promised eternal access to a large catalog of content wherever we went, a kind of digital frontier for freedom. However, changes in licensing, ownership, and permissions are threatening to reduce that control across the board. Let's start with licensing. Generally, if a service doesn't own a piece of media, then they pay a licensing fee to the owner in order to stream it on their platform. This can be a really big expense though, and after price hikes, removing titles is the best way for a streaming service to reduce their
Yeah, so Disney has been doing this forever. Like they'll take movies in and out of the vault, like so that they can harvest, new customers and new generations for films. Yeah. And again, like like streaming services, you can try to remove content from the internet, but you can't really fucking remove content from the internet. No matter how hard you try. You've been trying to do this since you fucking sued a little girl for using a Metallica song in her fucking report. She didn't even know what she was doing. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not going to you didn't stop it then, you're not going to stop it now. Like, you never could stop art once it got into the public forum. It's just, you can't. Art is made to be seen and appreciated by all eyes, and imitated and consumed. Removing shows and movies. Fuck off with that.
For all costs. What this ends up meaning is that if a show doesn't drive enough retention, engagement, or new subscriptions, then platforms are really likely to just stop paying to carry it, and you will lose access to something that you once had. And this is compounded by increasing media concentration through mergers and acquisitions. Disney, for example, now owns Hulu and ESPN and ABC, and Fox and Lucasfilm and Marvel and Pixar and National Geographic and My House, probably. Amazon owns MGM, and don't even get me started on Warner Bros. Discovery. I think that is the stupidest company name since Keurig Dr. Pepper. As companies merge and acquire one another, ownership of individual properties changes, meaning that they move between services more often, or they go to a new service that exists as the consequence of a merger or acquisition. And this often results in you needing to pay more money to access the same content you once had control over. Infinity War, for example, used to be on Netflix, but it's now on Disney+. Friends used to be on Netflix, but now you need Max to see that. Titles leaving Netflix has become so passé that there are entire blogs run by some guy you went to college with dedicated to tracking this stuff. Similarly, the merger that led to the creation of Max saw many titles, some of which were streaming originals, disappear from the platform entirely, going to other services where you have to pay to rent them. Now, keep in mind, these weren't particularly heavy-hitting titles, but what happens if something a little bigger...
And how does that, I wonder how, actors and actresses, I know, they've gotten paid, but how does it feel, for people that, are on streaming originals? How do they feel about, stuff like that just being not available to the public anymore? Like, their work just not being available, or, it being behind a paywall that they weren't okay with. I wonder what that perspective is.
Then Yabba Dabba Dinosaurs becomes unavailable. And even if the titles that we want are on a platform that we pay to access, our control over them can still be limited by changes in permissions. Who could forget the Netflix password sharing crackdown, which saw Netflix totally rewrite the script on what streaming services were supposed to be? By limiting the number of places that you can use your Netflix account, Netflix just declared that streaming was no longer going to be a frontier for digital freedom. You can no longer easily share with your kids at college or long-distance partner or really anyone outside a traditional nuclear family without incurring extra costs. And it should be noted that other platforms like Disney Plus are already poised to follow suit. Once pitched as a liberation from clunky, antiquated cable, streaming has now started to reinvent the wheel on restricting access to content. All right, but that isn't it. The prices are a little bit higher, and the access is a little bit worse than it once was, but please, just at least tell me that we aren't going to have the worst part of cable come back, right? Please tell me that we aren't going to have... Advertising is back.
Never left.
Though it once seemed we had reached a post-ad media ecosystem thanks to streaming, we are now all too familiar with lengthy advertising segments, even when we already pay for a subscription. Ad-supported plans have...
But if you have premium this and that, you never see ads. See how they get you? But I defy you to go back to fucking non-premium YouTube and enjoy yourself.
Started popping up, and though they're cheaper, they have ads, which is obviously fucking awful and horrifying. Like, I can't even begin to explain to you the existential dread that I feel when listening to this Whopper commercial. Why did they say Whopper so many times? What do they think that this is going to
Whopper,
make me want to eat
Whopper,
a
Whopper,
Whopper?
Whopper,
What do you mean
Whopper,
have it my
Whopper.
way? I have no control over this, Burger King. What do you mean I rule? Burger King, do you think I give a shit about what you think about me? Do you think I care about your opinion? I'm not thrilled by
Yeah, but you want to go and
I've
get
had
a Whopper,
streaming
don't you?
since I was a kid, and so I've actually lived a good chunk of my life just kind of free from ads. At one point, that presented a unique divergence in the history of media where it seems like, our generation might get free of these constant reminders of the hellscape in which we live. But that dream is kind of dead now. As more and more services race towards profitability, ad-supported plans will become dominant, and ad-free plans are going to get so expensive that you will probably not be able to afford them anymore. There's just simply too much money to be left on the table with advertising. Just today, before I sat down to record this actually, I saw a headline that Amazon Prime has just announced that their current plans will all start to include ads, and that you're going to need to pay an extra $2.99 a month to go back to the ad-free service that you just had. As I covered in my content addiction video, more eyeballs is more money, and they already have your eyeballs, so why wouldn't they try and make some more money? And aside from joking about the annoyance of ads, we should note that they do literally make content worse, as you are no longer the primary customer. Advertisers are. Netflix, for example, finally started releasing their streaming data this year, not because of viewer pressure, but because they need to prove to advertisers that they are a good place to sell a product. And as they explained in their October 2022 press call announcing the ad-supported plan, their goal is to increase membership with a cheap plan to then increase ad revenue across the board. They also seek to satisfy advertisers by opting for formulaic, engagement-driven content at a high volume, rather than smaller pieces of risky, interesting, artistic media. This shift leads to standardizations like the Netflix look, where all Netflix shows kind of look the same due to stringent technical requirements. Most shows on Netflix...
Because it's the same, because it's the same production house, man. If you have a production team that, this is what, they've been churning out stuff forever, and they've all worked together, and they know what works, it's going to have a certain flavor. I promise you. It's like Olive Garden or any other restaurant. You have a certain flavor. That's what you do. That's what you're known for. It's the same thing with Netflix. There's a certain style that they're known for, and sometimes it's not for the better. Especially, I don't know. It's like when you have a series that has been on forever, unless they change the the staff frequently, they develop a certain feel. The way they do, so Simpsons, or their stuff changes, but you still have a certain feel when you have a decade of a writing team, or Game of Thrones before they lost interest in everything. There was a certain feel to how everything was done. It's the same thing with Netflix, it just happens with Netflix. It's not really a great flavor or a style, I guess. I've never been a fan of Netflix, if you can't tell.
Are shot with one of two cameras and in a very limited number of formats because Netflix forces creators to do so. Ads directly incentivize this copy-pasted content mill behavior.
That's even worse when you're forced into a format.
Even though these platforms are
not
capable
even your fault.
of truly
is the way
creating something much better when they try. So here we stand in 2023 with streaming, it seems, slowly reverting to cable. Prices are going up, control is going down, and ads are on the rise. Not to mention the things that I couldn't get to in this section. If Disney owns everything, isn't it all just going to come in a massive bundle that will look just like a cable plan and cost probably $1 bajillion? I don't know, just throwing it out there. Looking at this, we may start to ask ourselves.
Well, if there was a unified streaming system where streaming services had to jockey for your attention and you actually waged war with your wallet, not a, waged war with your wallet. Like, you don't want to see crap, then you don't pay for crap. It's as simple as that. You don't want to play crap, then you don't buy crap. Like if you're tired of Blizzard making shit games, well then don't buy the new seasons of Diablo. Like, don't support their shit. If there's something that you do like that they make, then put your money there, because that shows them what is good. What you as the consumer want to play. Same with any other thing. Like, if you don't want to see mediocre shows, then you tell that production house with your wallet. I mean, I don't know what to say. We have to be intelligent consumers. That's all there is to it.
How did we ever have a golden age of streaming when it's so clear now that it was unprofitable and unsustainable for all of these companies? How did we ever have that cheap $10 a month payment for total access over an ad-free catalog of content? To answer that question, we're going to have to do the history part of the video, where we go back in time and look at how this whole mess got started.
Sure.
I remember, very vividly, there was a time in, maybe 2015 that you were, we were maybe in your house, and you were like, they're going to do this, and then everyone will make one, and then you buy it all in a bundle.
I believe Hulu had, just come out whenever, because it was obviously Netflix first.
In 2009, Hulu produced this ad campaign that has aged really poorly. In this ad spot, we see Alec Baldwin play a devious alien overlord who deploys Hulu across the world because, as they joked, the deal they were offering was so good it could only be the result of an evil plot to take over the world. It's aged poorly for two main reasons. One being that Hulu kind of sucks and they haven't really taken over much of anything. Yep. And the other being that there was a plan going on in the background to take over the world through media. A savvy, calculated effort to extract all the value that they could and run away with the profits. And sitting at the forefront was Netflix. Netflix is enough of a household name that you've probably heard the history once or twice at this point. They started out as a DVD rental service, mailing little red envelopes to houses, which allowed them to corner the market in at-home entertainment before they...
Because Blockbuster dropped the fucking ball. That's what happened. Blockbuster thought that they could fucking just continue doing things as usual, and people would love the fucking home theater, get with the family, rent 5 movies, and keep them. They dropped the fucking ball, and Netflix got lucky. That's all there is to it.
Made the pivot to streaming, where they revolutionized content for the next generation by delivering video on demand over the internet. This version of events, however, misses a lot. I'm going to suggest in this section of the video that if we want to understand why we no longer bask in the golden age of streaming, then we need to stop conceptualizing Netflix as a neutral party or distributor of content, and instead understand them as an antagonistic force to the existing media market with a long-term plan. After all, they're not a media company. They're a tech company, right? To tell you this story, I'm going to be adding some context and analysis to the events that are laid out best in the history section of Netflix's Wikipedia page. Credit to the editors. This is Mark Randolph and
service.
Reed Hastings.
I mean, that's really
in the 90s, they were working together at a company called Pure Software, which Hastings had founded to create debugging tools for software engineers. In 1996, they were acquired for $750 million, which was the largest acquisition in the history of Silicon Valley at the time, and provided Hastings the seed money for Netflix. Citing inspiration from a $40 late fee at Blockbuster, the pair decided to get into the new DVD rental business. Now, streaming didn't exist yet, so we'll get to that a little later, but this DVD rental era saw the birth of 2 themes that we're going to need to pay attention to if we want to understand what's happening today. First, we should note the tech of it all. These were two savvy tech entrepreneurs who had done the Silicon Valley two-step one or two times before, and they were taking a bet on a new technology, becoming early adopters of DVDs, which were only about a year old at this time, to see if they could attempt to corner a stake in the infant market. Second, the DVD rental days launched a conflict between Netflix and traditional media, as Netflix made an entire business model on cutting into the DVD sales of large media companies. Physical sales were a much bigger...
So, okay, so DVD sales and rentals rose 8% to 2.5 in 2005. The industry trade group said DVD retail sales alone were up only 5%. 16 for the 10%. Consumers spent another 14% of the group. The digital entertainment group notes the benefits associated with DVDs on behalf of various electronics makers and film studios, including, of course, the devil of the home of media. Anyway, Time Warner, which no longer exists anymore. The sales group has reported marked a sharp slowdown from prior years' spikes. For instance, DVD sales rose. Okay, so the
piece of the pie in these days than they are now, peaking at $16 billion in 2005, which, for reference, was almost twice the domestic box office that year. Cutting into those sales actually mattered, and established an antagonism that would carry on for years to come. Later down the line, we would see deals attempting to remedy this, like a 28-day rental delay, described here in a Warner Bros. Press release as a win-win by future Netflix CEO Ted Sarandos. It created an agreement that Netflix wouldn't rent DVDs out for the first 28 days after their release, which allowed Warner Bros. To profit off DVD sales and Netflix to maintain favorable relationships. But that specific deal didn't come until 2010, and was a little bit more of a consolation prize to the film industry than anything else. Though Netflix had been cutting into the physical media market since 1999, DVD sales plummeted between 2007 and 2008, falling 26% in 1 year alone, constituting a $4 billion loss. How did that possibly happen, you ask? Well, this video is about streaming, so yeah, it was streaming, at least in part. Starting in 2007, Netflix offered a streaming video plan, which started modestly with a limited catalog, but soon began to expand. However, Netflix continued their previous themes of investing in new tech and cutting into the media market. In 2008, they smartly extended their streaming plan to all DVD renting subscribers, which quickly led to them cornering all of streaming. When media companies began to notice the demand for streaming from consumers, they were lining up to cut deals with Netflix. In 2010, this led to billion-dollar agreements to put some of the biggest movies ever onto the platform. And what kicked this trend into a frenzy was the moment when media began to see the power that internet could have for distributing their content. Breaking Bad was the first cable show to receive the so-called Netflix boost, or Netflix effect. Binge-watching fans supercharged the show's popularity, quintupling viewership from 2 million to 10 million in just one season.
Yeah, okay, so, like, I used to binge shows way back in the day. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, especially when you got a hold of anime that you'd never seen before or heard about, and you were like, what the fuck? And, like, you know, you find out that it's been around for like 2 or 3 years, and you're just getting to it, and you have the entire series that you can just watch in one go. So I understand. But like, it just feels a little bit wrong to fucking have, like, oh, yes, we have a brand new series coming out, and, yes, the entire thing will be available on week 1. So you have no way to build up tension within the series, like, you know, and fandom and anticipation for next week's episode. You know, like, yeah, go ahead and, like, have it, you know, like, have it filmed and done and everything, but damn, you know, make us wait a little bit, like, in the, let the anticipation build. You know, I don't like the current binge, you know, thing going on. After all, season for 4 finale had less than 2 million viewers, but when the series finale aired 2 years later, its audience had grown to 10 million. Oh, wow. Yeah, but we call it Netflix. That's Netflix's ability to find new and bigger audiences for shows that had languished on net. Yeah, that's the cool thing about like streaming services is like, you know, like people that like never knew a movie or series existed now can discover it, like, you know, when they're bored or when they're just looking for something new to watch. So I can see why Netflix got pretty big.
Changing the way we conceive of how media becomes popular overnight. All of a sudden, this complex, intense drama was being followed closely by millions of households across America as they sat down to binge season after season after season in anticipation of the oncoming finale. It's not a stretch to say that this is one of the most important moments in recent media history. Breaking Bad is iconic, and Netflix helped to make it as big as it is. That's almost undeniable. After this, every piece of media wanted to be on Netflix, wanted to be the next binge-worthy viral success. This was Netflix reaching the zenith of their power, and this was also the golden age of streaming. From roughly 2012 to 2016, Netflix was a one-stop shop for consumers who wanted to have a single monthly plan to access the most content possible. Fueled by a new understanding of what the internet could do for media, Netflix became the only game in town, and for the viewer, it was a pretty good deal. But good things can't last. This is the point in the story where things start to get a little weird. Up to this point, I've been saying that we needed to follow 2 through lines, right? That Netflix was a tech company and that they were cutting into the revenue of media companies. But what happens when that tech company kind of becomes a media company? And when all the media companies that it was cutting into try to become tech companies as well? Our boundaries start to blur and our analysis starts to get more difficult as Netflix raced to become like media companies and media companies raced to become like Netflix. Over the last decade, Netflix pivoted into originals like Orange is the New Black, House of Cards, Stranger Things.
See, that's the thing. Like, when you are something else and you have some money that you can put into a production house, then you're not banking on your production house for everything. Like, you have something else to funnel into your production house, and you have the money to do what you want to do. Now Netflix, like they had a good thing with like a bunch of these until this guy like turned out to be a fucking like you go and you do your own research. Orange and the New Black turned out to be pretty good. Stranger Things, of course, like these things are all good, but like you have 1 or 2 series, like one that goes like that loses like credibility because of one of your actors, and one that like finishes or loses popularity, or actors go off to do other things. Like like you start to take hits that maybe you can't absorb.
All of the big names. They've dropped some really great shows, honestly, including some of my favorite pieces of television ever created. And I don't like to think of them this way, but they've kind of become the media companies that they once stole pie from. Recently, they've joined the MPAA and AMPTP.
Oh, look
they
at
get
that.
Oscar nominations. I mean, hell, between 2018 and 2023, Netflix went from 8% original content to 55% original content. Led by Ted Sarandos, modern Netflix has become a media company. At the same time, driven by jealousy over Netflix's success, every media company sat down and had the same idea. What if we hired some software engineers and threw money at the problem until we were Netflix too, but with our own content? In the last decade, everyone has made a streaming service. There's Disney+, ESPN+, CNN+, Max, Discovery+, Peacock, Paramount+, Starz, which is also called Lionsgate+, Quibi, Tubi, Vudo, Pluto, and Fubo. And now, a history that started with a tech company causing trouble for media companies ends with that tech company becoming a media company, and all of the media companies becoming tech companies as well. I'm so tired. So what do I make of all
it's crazy.
Our current media moment is one of constant chaos and flux, and that is all thanks to streaming. Streaming has changed everything.
Yeah.
As of this year, streaming accounts for 38% of all television viewing, more than any other distribution method. It's the most popular way to watch content on your television, which, as I've discussed on this channel before, still...
It's been that way for a long time, especially for us techies that like switched early. It's been going on forever.
Accounts for over half of all leisure time in the United States. Netflix set out to take over the world of media, to capture revenue until they were the only game in town, and they did it. And for a few years, between roughly 2012 and 2016, this meant that they were the biggest and best in town, and that was actually briefly good for consumers. I hope you can see now, though, how this golden age of streaming and the conditions that surrounded it were fundamentally unsustainable. I'd argue that Ted Sarandos' idea to pursue original content was really savvy from a business perspective, if only because it demonstrates that he understood the game that they were playing. He understood that they weren't going to be able to keep the cash cow of streaming all to themselves, and that when other companies caught in on the game, they were going to need their own content if they wanted to stick around. So they made a plan to become a media company in their own right before they got bullied out of the space by someone like Disney taking all of their content. This is why when I try to understand Netflix, I think about it kind of like the final season of Succession. It's tech meeting media. A battle of the giants, old and new. And understanding it through this lens of two Silicon Valley bros breaking into an existing industry, I start to hear some whispers in the distance of how we might try and respond to this problem as it develops. After all, stuff like this has happened before, right?
I'm an actor. Mm-hmm. I'm a writer. It's no secret to anyone that it takes a shitload of people to make a movie or to make a TV show.
Yeah.
That's why the credits go on for forever. There was a structure to make sure that money was distributed fairly to the people who were making them that money. When new technology comes out, any new technology, the first thing people are going to do with it is find a way to rip other people off using it. And that's what we were seeing with streaming.
I'm here in New York, where it is, approximately speaking, really fucking cold. So I'm going to be reading this next section off of my phone. I hope that you'll forgive me for that. I live in New York, and not to be really annoying, but New York is very cool. Part of the reason why it's cool is that it's so large and populous. New York is really big, like really, really big, and this size allows it to model policy like a small or even medium-sized or large state. And this year there were two interesting policies that the city rolled out about how to regulate tech within city limits that I want to tell you about. First was the effective Airbnb ban. In September, Local Law 18 made it so that short-term rentals in the city can only be done by registered hosts who live in the place that they're renting and are there during the term of the rental, while also limiting the number of short-term rental guests to just 2. You might say, wait, doesn't this effectively ban Airbnb in New York City? And to that I'd say, yeah, it does. And I think that that's good. Let's talk about why. 30% of Airbnb listings are owned by mega hosts, which are often management companies that have large real estate holdings that they use for short-term rentals. I like this law, Local Law 18, because it de-incentivizes these large firms from snapping up whole buildings to turn them into Airbnbs. If you need to live in the units and be there during the rentals, then you can't.
And considering that just getting any kind of housing in New York City, from what I understand, is fucking crazy and super expensive, this is kind of cool.
Be a management company, you need to be a living human being who owns a home. This helps New Yorkers by limiting what Forbes calls the Airbnb effect. You see, since short-term rentals are so much more profitable than long-term rentals, like a standard lease on an apartment, savvy real estate investment would dictate that you should turn your 10-unit building into 10 short-term rentals rather than 10 long-term ones. The problem is, though, that this reduces the number of available units for people who actually live in New York, because they're all Airbnbs. This slowly drives up prices and pushes locals further away from the heart of the city where they might work. For more on this Airbnb effect, Adam Something has a really excellent video discussing this same thing in Prague. The point you need to know for this video, though, is that New York used policy and regulation in order to tip the scales in the real estate market in favor of local renters and away from investors, management groups, and tech companies, and I think that that's really good. There's also been a second, quieter example of this same thing in the city that didn't make quite the national splash that the Airbnb ban did. In November, New York Attorney General Letitia James announced a 9-figure settlement with Uber and Lyft, declaring that their gig work model was not actually a cool way for drivers to earn some extra money, but rather a way for Uber to avoid paying its drivers a minimum wage and to circumvent key labor regulations like sick leave and payment into unemployment insurance. This was another example of the tech industry using smoke and mirrors to avoid existing regulations and protections in the industry they were operating in. By introducing a new model of work wrapped up in a shiny app, Uber tried to say their drivers were not the same as the drivers of days gone by. No longer was the person driving you from the airport an employee of a company, rather they were a contractor, obviously no longer entitled to a minimum wage. For more on this gig economy example, I can point you to this very good video by Tom Nicholas on the subject. But for this video, I bring up this example for the exact same reason I bring up Airbnb.
I'm not sure if
Regulation
I've seen that
was
video,
used
but
to
I've
remedy
seen
the way
something
that the
similar
tech industry
on it, 'cause I
had
remember
dodged
when
around
everything
existing
was going
agreements
on.
with an eye towards protecting workers and communities. Policy progressed to meet technology. More on this later. Now, how do we get this back to streaming? Well, the broader trend here is discussed best by Jonathan Taplin, author of Move Fast and Break Things, a 2017 book discussing how tech wriggles out of existing regulations in every sector it sets up in. In the Airbnb example, there already existed real estate and hospitality industries that had certain agreements on zoning, price, and more with their local communities. Airbnb came in and allowed those with enough money to get around those restrictions under the guise of being a new thing. Short-term rentals enabled by peer-to-peer sharing. In the Uber example, there already existed delivery and driving services in major metropolitan areas, and Uber got around existing laws and agreements by saying they were a new thing, a ride-sharing service powered by gig work. Taplin shares tons of other examples like this. For example, discussing in this 2018 talk at the John Adams Institute how digital media hurt musicians. After the collapse of vinyl and CD royalties in response to music streaming services, musicians like Levon Helm, seen here with Bob Dylan in the band, ended up dying in relative poverty, despite receiving millions of streams on YouTube, Spotify, and Napster. These new platforms shrank the total consumer spend on recorded music by 71% between 1998 and 2014, and they kept what little revenue remained for themselves. And listen, I know that there are problems with the music industry. Copyright and royalties and licensing are all imperfect systems. But over several decades, collective agreements ensured that labor was compensated. I'm not comfortable saying that it's a good thing that Spotify disrupted that model, even if it increased consumer access and lowered prices.
Hold on. For various complicated reasons, including Spotify's cut and the large number of streams... Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. Including Spotify's cut and the large number of streams it takes to get to that dollar, this scheme leads to less money for musicians. So I said that figures was roughly correct, but did not respond when asked for further comment. Whoops.
And I'm even more uncomfortable that every tech company depends on doing this exact type of disruption, including Netflix. Proper compensation for work on streaming shows was a key issue, for example, in the WGA strike this year. Residual pay models negotiated in the 2000s.
Yeah, it does seem like large corporations, they want the products made and they want the money, but they don't want to pay the workers. I know people don't like unions, but I mean a national workers union, just like for every fucking body like that works, just having like a group that like just fights for basic worker rights, like like we don't need like we're not asking for golden tickets, we're just asking for decency. If you pay us correctly, then we'll fucking work for you, forever. You know what I'm saying? Like, we'll make sure that your business flows the way it should. Happy workers makes happy business. And I also don't agree that corporations should be able to be termed as people, like as an individual. Fuck that bullshit.
2007 strike didn't anticipate streaming, and so they left writers on streaming shows earning a tiny piece of what they would make on cable television. This is also true for actors. Remember how I talked about Breaking Bad on Netflix being one of perhaps the most important moments in recent media history? Well, Netflix has never paid Aaron Paul for his work on that show because they don't have to. Technological progress is good, don't get me wrong, but when it redistributes wealth in ways that have lasting impacts on workers and communities, we need to address it. New York is attempting to solve these problems with regulation, and I think that's good. So if we want to fix streaming, we just need to regulate it, right? How hard could that be?
At the end of the day, movies and TV and stuff on these streaming services, it's art, and people made it for people.
Yes.
So as
Absolutely.
to say something about being people. That's a wonderful, beautiful thing. And people should have access to that. If we all agree that it's good and it contributes to society, then the people who produced it should live in comfort and security, right?
Let's talk big idea and potential solutions now. The bigger picture here is that streaming, like all new tech, allows large media corporations to dance around regulation. By classifying themselves as something different from cable, they're able to get around decades of regulatory history, even when the information comes into your house over the exact same cable. This means that companies are going to prefer streaming as a way to deliver content because of the regulatory advantage. That, to me, is a problem that needs to be solved, but you might be a little more suspicious of that. You might say, well, what regulations are they really getting around? How big of an advantage could it be to be classified as streaming rather than cable? The short answer is that they stand to gain a lot. To get to the long answer and understand everything that they do gain, we're going to need to get into the historic relationship between cable operators and the FCC, or Federal Communications Commission. This video is going to end with a regulatory history section, but don't worry, I'm going to take care of you. There will be a timeline, and there's no quiz, and I promise it's really interesting. Our story starts with the invention of cable in the 1940s, when people started running antennas to catch broadcast signals and then distribute them with cables to their local communities. In 1965, the FCC first regulated the distribution of cable, using powers that it claimed it had under the Communications Act of 1934, and the Supreme Court agreed they had those powers in 1968. So we start off with two basic facts. Cable operators exist, and the FCC can regulate them. From this point on, the entire history is essentially a power struggle between these two groups, as we try to figure out who can regulate what and how much. In 1976, the FCC expanded regulations, requiring cable operators to carry signals for public access programming. But by 1979, cable operators had struck back in a case called FCC v. Midwest Video Corp, where courts determined that requiring they carry public access was actually outside the FCC's jurisdiction. Eventually, Congress got around to passing the Cable Communications Policy Act in 1984, which was the first legislation.
Yeah, and I think Mr. Rogers had something to do with this, where they wanted cable programming that was aimed at teaching kids educational and enriching material, instead of just commercials beamed at selling them toys. Speaking of kids. You know, like, I mean, it helped, you know, like, you know, we remember having really good educational television when we were young in the 80s. And, like, in the 90s, there was a, yeah, like, so, like, yeah, like, this is a good thing.
Passed on cable.
It helped
make
Mr.
cable
Rogers
popular in American households, but most of that growth and increasing popularity was only possible because the regulations in the Cable Act were too weak to protect consumers and local governments. Cable expanded because there was money to be made. There were lacking price restrictions, even in monopoly markets, which led cable prices to outpace inflation by 3 times in the 1980s. And though the Cable Act had originally solidified protections for public access channels, those were ruled unconstitutional in 1985. So So by the early 90s, the FCC really needed a win, as did consumers. And they would get that through the Cable Television Consumer Protection and Competition Act of 1992. This brought back price regulations and firmly established that operators and broadcasters had to carry public access programming. In 1996, there were further developments through the Telecommunications Act, which changed who could become a cable operator, which eventually led to concentration in AOL, Time Warner, and Viacom. However, this act also established the Universal Service Fund, which operators pay into to support broadband and telecommunication infrastructure. I don't need you to remember all of the details that I just went through. What I do need you to remember, though, is that those 40 years of regulatory history that I just went to do not apply to streaming. Streaming outlets don't need to pay into the Universal Service Fund, meaning they don't contribute to the infrastructure that makes their very revenue possible. They also aren't required to carry public access programming, meaning that local media is slowly dying.
Garbage.
And to top it all off, streaming is being used as a justification to weaken pricing regulations across the board. At the same time, antitrust has been severely weakened in film and television. All of this means that for media companies, streaming is a pretty sweet deal. And whoever comes out on top of all of these streaming platforms that we see right now is going to have a fucking field day, people. Remember earlier when I was talking about how these media companies were becoming tech companies and tech companies were becoming media companies? As far as all of these people see it, who cares? Start streaming. We're free from the FCC. No regulations. Cards on the table. I think that this is really bad. We've already talked about how it hurts the people who are creating media, as well as the people who are consuming media. And now we also have to contend with the fact that because of what is essentially a loophole, we are going to lose local media, as well as billions of dollars for public infrastructure. And we'll still be forced to watch. Oh my God, no! You might be asking now, though, is anyone going to do anything about this? This is Jessica Rosenworcel, the current chair of the FCC. In her time there, she has generally supported equitable broadband access. This means things like being pro-net neutrality and pro-increasing broadband access for education. I like those stances. So I was a little surprised to hear how hands-off she's been when it comes to regulating streaming. She's gone so far as to publicly say that she doesn't think the FCC has the power to regulate streaming, citing that she doesn't think the Cable Acts of 1984 or 1992 empower them to do that. If you're anything like me, you're probably a little shocked to hear that because, Jessica, you're the chair of the FCC. If you don't have that power, who does?
Right.
But there is a bigger picture here. The interplay of federal agencies, Congress, and the Supreme Court is a little fraught in 2023. For the last 40 years, federal agencies have enjoyed a privilege known as Chevron deference. The basic idea is that when Congress empowers a federal agency,
Chevron deference or Chevron doctrine is an administrative law principle that compels federal courts to defer to a federal agency's interpretation of an ambiguous and unclear statute that Congress delegated to the agency to administer. The principle derives its name from the 1984 U.S. Supreme Court case Chevron USA Incorporated versus Natural Resources Defense Council. Jesus Christ.
Agency, like the FCC or the EPA, to do something, the Supreme Court will defer to the agency's interpretation of the law. This means that when Congress passes the Clean Air Act, the EPA interprets and implements it. When Congress passes the Cable Act, the FCC interprets and implements it. There are some flaws with this system, but I think it is preferable, in my view, to the current stated alternative. It's generally more efficient than asking Congress to enumerate every last tiny power it wants to grant a federal agency, and it also generally means that decisions are made by experts in a given field who have been empowered by people that I participate in electing. And the alternative is Clarence Thomas. Chevron deference has been significantly weakened by the current U.S. Supreme Court through a line of reasoning known as the Major Questions Doctrine. Essentially, if it's even a little unclear if a federal agency has the power to do exactly what it's doing, the Supreme Court has given itself the power to answer that question when it is of significant political or social importance. What this ends up meaning is that 9 unelected lifetime appointees have given themselves the power to disregard expert opinion, kind of just on vibes. This video isn't about the Supreme Court, so I'm not going to get too in.
Yeah, that's that dangerous shit that be rolling around Washington, isn't it?
The weeds here. The important thing to know, though, is that Jessica Rosenworcel knows that the Supreme Court wouldn't be on her side if she tried to use the Cable Act to regulate streaming. This is why she's called on Congress to pass legislation explicitly empowering the FCC to do so. I think the only way that we're going to get out of this is with that piece of legislation.
Yes.
When cable got too expensive in the 80s, the Cable Act of 1992 regulated prices. When streaming gets expensive now, we should have the Streaming Act to do the same thing.
Yep.
We need something that regulates price, that protects public access, ensures that these companies pay their fair share into the public infrastructure that makes their revenue possible, that prevents concentration, and...
Because if you had that, then, well, look, just like off the cuff, you, Twitch and YouTube, would be, incentivized to make, safe spaces for, people under 18. So instead of, having to, be stupid with Twitch in general, like, when everybody, that is over 18 should be on Twitch, like regular Twitch, and anybody under 18 should be on a completely separate platform designed just for people under 18. You do that, you have where these platforms are like beholden to invest in public infrastructure, then they would be incentivized to do things like this because they could probably get kickbacks from the government for spending the money for it. Like, I don't, it seems like a win-win, but, who knows?
Dozens of other things that I am unable to think of on my own. Without a piece of legislation like this, monopolization will continue, prices will rise, consumers will have a worse deal, and workers will not get paid as much as they could. I don't see a way around it. If I'm being honest, though, there's something a little bit bigger than a single piece of legislation going on. The Streaming Act would be great, but it doesn't capture the saddest part of this all to me, which is that I grew up believing that streaming was just the next step in our societal advancement. We developed a way to get more content to more people more conveniently and for less money. So, of course, that would be shared with the people because that's what society is for, progress. But thinking this way is what has allowed this same harm to happen again and again and again. When asked about why Netflix made the pivot from just distribution to creating their own content, Reed Hastings says in interview after interview after interview that they are simply emulating what cable operators did in the 80s and 90s. Create a new technology to get around regulation, make a ton of money, and then use that money to make your own content so you can stay in the game. This has all happened before, and it will happen again. Rest assured that even if we regulate streaming, even if we regulate it really well, there will come a day when something new comes around. Picture 15 years from now, someone like me trying to explain to you why your brain media tube is repeating all the sins and inefficiencies of streaming. If that thought makes you uncomfortable, it might be because you understand that there is a deeper problem in the way that we relate to our technology. I hope we pass a Streaming Act, but I hope more that our social development is finally able to outpace our technological progress. I hope that we find intuitive and just ways to prevent the harms caused by new technologies, even as progress continues.
So there's a quote, I'm not entirely sure who it's from, and I hope I get this right. But we, as a species, have Neolithic emotions. What's the Dark Ages sensibilities, and godlike technology, and we are not. We're not in harmony. Like, we're going in a bad direction. So, yeah.
We can't just keep scrambling to recover each time something new comes around, barely able to tell if everyone is okay. Streaming is becoming like cable, but given the circumstances, I hope you can see how this was almost inevitable. The lesson, then, can't just be to learn that there is a single problem we must solve. The lesson is that this will happen again, unless we learn to do better than we do today.
Hell yeah,
I hope
brother.
you liked this video, because this is the end of it, so it would be weird if you got here without liking it the whole time. But, I don't want to judge. I hope that you'll subscribe and give the video a like, and maybe come around next time when I put out another new video. It would help quite a bit. This one got a bit bigger than I was expecting. The scale kind of ballooned out of control, but I had a lot of fun making it, and I think everything on the channel from here on out is going to start looking more like this. Thanks for watching.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. So some brain food for everyone on this late evening. I think that's it for my broadcast day. Thank you, everyone who has joined me throughout the evening. I've been burning for about 5 hours now. Did some gaming earlier, and then we watched some pretty cool stuff. So if you enjoyed, like, subscribe, and share. And everything you've seen on here, make sure you go give them a visit, because they deserve your attention as well. Be happy, be safe, and be healthy. I love you all, and I'll see you in the next one.